You are running away from yourself and calling it loneliness, searching for a companion just to escape the dark night of your soul. You believe your relationships are born out of love, but they are nothing but two beggars desperately clinging to each other, hoping the other will fill their emptiness. Stop fighting the darkness. You cannot push it out of the room because it does not even exist. It is merely the absence of your own light. The moment you stop begging for permanence in a changing world and step into your absolute aloneness, the pain in your heart will instantly vanish. You are not incomplete. You are a masterpiece who simply forgot how to look inside. Hello, my beloved friends, and welcome to this silent space where we can sit together, look into each other's eyes, and look deeply into the very core of our existence. Before we journey into the hidden corners of your soul today, take a single moment to anchor your presence here. If you feel a resonance with these words, remember to interact with this video, leave a comment with your deepest realization, hit the like button, subscribe to our channel, and share this transmission with those you love. If you feel a deeper calling to support the continuity of these insights and help us reach more searching hearts across the globe, consider clicking the join button to become a member. Expressing your gratitude through super thanks or exploring our specially crafted ebooks available below. Let these actions flow naturally from your heart as an exchange of energy completely aligned with the spiritual tone of our gathering. Now, let us enter the temple of your inner being. A beautiful question has been raised, a question that touches the very root of human misery and the existential crisis that every conscious individual must face sooner or later. The disciple writes, "It seems that one of the greatest hurdles that faces a human being is to be alone. To stand alone in the face of the opinions of the world, to stand alone in the face of the lies of the world, to be able to be physically alone, and ultimately to be alone without even our minds, the companion of last resort. We know we are really alone. We know we will die alone. We know that every contact outside ourselves is transitory. Yet just below the heart there is a pain, a knot, a fear. The fear of being a little boy without friends, the fear of failure and rejection, and the pain of pretending I don't care. Every tear I have ever shed comes from this pain, loss, and the fear of isolation or separation. How do we break this blackness that surrounds the fear of aloneness and allow the bliss of aloneness that you radiate with every single breath? Listen to this very carefully, because what I am about to tell you is not a solution in the ordinary sense. I am not here to give you a psychological trick or a technical method to fix your pain. The darkness of loneliness cannot be fought directly. This is something absolutely essential for everyone to understand. It is a golden rule of the inner life, a fundamental truth that cannot be bypassed or altered. You cannot fight with darkness directly, you cannot fight with loneliness directly, and you cannot fight with the fear of isolation directly. Why? The reason is incredibly simple, yet it slips away from the human mind constantly. All these things do not exist. They have no existential reality of their own. They are simply absences of something. Just as darkness is nothing but the absence of light. Think about it. What do you do when your room is dark and you want the darkness to leave? Do you fight the darkness? Do you try to push it out of the windows? Do you hit it with a stick? Do you make an elaborate arrangement or write a guide on how to destroy the darkness? No, you do not do anything directly with the darkness itself. If you try to fight it, you will lose. Not because the darkness is very powerful, but because it is non-existent. You cannot defeat something that is not there. You can go on fighting with this phantom darkness your whole life, and you will only exhaust yourself, falling into deeper dejection and despair. To make the darkness disappear, you have to do something with light. You simply bring in a small candle, you strike a single match, and suddenly the darkness is no longer there. It has vanished completely because it was never a material entity with its own being. It was merely the absence of light. Once the positive reality of light enters the room, that which was its absence automatically ceases to appear. This is exactly the situation with your loneliness. Loneliness is similar to darkness. The only reason you suffer from it, the only reason there is a heavy knot just below your heart, is that you do not know your aloneness. You have not experienced your own true aloneness, its magnificent beauty, its tremendous power, its unshakable strength. In your languages and dictionaries, the words loneliness and aloneness are treated as synonyms, as if they mean the exact same thing. But existence does not follow human dictionaries. No one has yet taken the trouble to create an existential dictionary that reflects the actual truth of life without contradiction. In the reality of existence, loneliness and aloneness are poles apart. They are as far apart as heaven and earth, as darkness and light. Loneliness is an absence. It is the painful feeling that the other is missing, because you do not know your own inner center. Because you have never looked inside your own house, you find it empty. And because it feels empty, fear arises. You feel a desperate need to cling to something, to a person, to a husband, to a wife, to a friend, to a social group, to a belief system, just to keep up the illusion that you are not lonely. You try to stuff that empty black hole within you with the presence of other people. But deep down, in the silent corners of your mind, you know perfectly well that you are still lonely. The illusion cannot erase the reality, it can only mask it temporarily. Hence, there is a constant, lingering pain in your heart. On one hand, you are desperately holding on to a relationship or a friendship which is not real, which is merely a temporary social arrangement. While you are actively engaged in that relationship, you manage to create a little psychological smoke, a small illusion to help you forget your inner void. But here lies the ultimate tragedy of the human mind. Although you can forget your loneliness for a brief moment in the arms of another person, the very next moment you suddenly become aware that this relationship, this friendship, is completely fragile and transitory. It has no guarantee. Yesterday you did not even know this man or this woman. You were total strangers, walking separate paths in the world. Today you are together, calling each other friends or lovers. But who knows about tomorrow? Tomorrow you may become strangers once again. The thought of that impending separation brings an immediate wave of anxiety, and hence the pain returns. The illusion you create can give you a certain comfort, a temporary solace, a psychological painkiller, but it can never create a true reality where all fear disappears. It merely represses the fear into the deeper layers of your unconscious. On the surface, you try your best to look good, to smile, to pretend to yourself and to the world how wonderful your relationship is, how perfect your partner is, how deep your friendship is. But behind this thin veneer of illusion, an illusion so transparent that you can see right through it, there is a deep ache in the heart. The heart knows perfectly well that tomorrow things may not be the same. In fact, they are never the same. Your entire life's experience stands as an undeniable proof of this truth. Everything in this world is constantly changing. Nothing remains stable. You cannot cling to anything in a changing universe without creating immense suffering for yourself. You desperately want your friendship to be permanent. You want your love affair to be eternal. But your desire for permanence goes completely against the fundamental law of change. And existence is not going to make an exception for you. The law of change does not care about your petty psychological desires or your emotional wounds. It simply goes on doing its own thing, transforming everything in its path. It moves like a great river, sweeping away all your sandcastles. Perhaps, if you grow in awareness, you will understand one day that it was actually a great blessing that existence did not listen to you. You will realize that it was good that existence went on doing its own work rather than following your blind desires. It may take some time for you to truly understand this. Right now, when a friend leaves you or turns into an enemy, you weep. You think a great misfortune has befallen you. You want this specific person to remain with you forever, but tomorrow he walks away or says, "Get lost," and suddenly he is no longer part of your life. You feel devastated, cast away in absolute isolation. But then, a few days or a few months later, someone else enters your life, someone who is a far superior being, someone who brings a much higher quality of consciousness and love into your world. Suddenly, the gap is filled in a way you could never have imagined, and you realize with a shock of gratitude, it was profoundly good that the other person left me. If I hadn't been abandoned, if I had remained stuck with them, I would have never met this beautiful soul. Yet, even after such experiences, the lesson never goes deep enough to make you stop demanding permanence. The moment a new person arrives, you start singing the same old song. You start asking for permanence all over again with this new man or this new woman. You cry out, "Now, this relationship must never change. This one must last forever." You have not truly learned the fundamental lesson that change is the very fabric of life itself. You cannot sew a permanent dress out of the threads of change. You have to understand this deeply, accept it, and flow with it. Stop creating illusions. They are not going to help you in the long run. They will only prolong your agony. And look around you, everybody is busy creating illusions of different kinds to avoid facing themselves. I used to know a very wealthy man who once told me with absolute conviction, "I trust only money. I do not trust anything or anyone else in this entire world." I looked at him and said, "You are making a very significant statement about your life. Tell me more." He replied, "Human beings change constantly. You cannot rely on anybody. Friends betray you, lovers leave you, relatives turn their backs on you. As you get older, only your money remains truly yours. Not even your own son, not even your wife cares about you for who you are. If you have a massive bank balance, they all care. They look after you, they bow down to you, they respect you because of your wealth. The moment you lose your money, you become a beggar in their eyes, completely worthless." This man's philosophy, his absolute trust in cold, dead money, came out of a long, bitter experience of life. He had been cheated again and again by the people he trusted, people he thought loved him deeply. He finally realized that they were all surrounding him not out of love for his being, but out of greed for his money. But I told him, "My friend, you are still living in a profound illusion. At the moment of your death, this money is not going to go with you. You can comfort yourself right now with the illusion that at least your money is safe in the bank and belongs to you, but the very moment your breathing stops, your money is no longer yours. It belongs to the world. You have spent your whole life earning something that will be left entirely on this side of the grave. You cannot carry a single coin beyond the threshold of death. And when death arrives, you will fall into a deep, terrifying loneliness. A loneliness that you have been desperately hiding your whole life behind the golden facade of wealth. There are other people who are completely obsessed with power, politics, and prestige. But if you look closely, the underlying reason is exactly the same. When a man is in power, he is surrounded by thousands of followers. Millions of people look up to him, cheer his name, and live under his domination. He feels incredibly important. He thinks he is not alone. He is a great political leader, a revered religious authority, a man of global influence. But power is a fickle shadow. It changes constantly. One day you are sitting on the throne, and the next day you are thrown into the dust. The moment your power is gone, the crowd disappears, the sycophants vanish, and suddenly the whole illusion shatters. You find yourself lonelier than anyone else, because ordinary people are at least accustomed to their daily loneliness. You are not accustomed to it. Your sudden isolation hurts you far more deeply, burning your ego to ashes. Human society has engineered so many elaborate arrangements just to help you forget this inherent loneliness. The whole concept of arranged marriage was invented as an effort to ensure that you always have a socially sanctioned companion, that you never have to stand alone. This is the exact reason why orthodox religions resist divorce with such ferocity. They know that if divorce is made easy and allowed freely, the very foundation for which marriage was invented will be completely destroyed. The basic purpose was to give you a lifelong companion, a permanent guarantee against the fear of being isolated. But does it really work? Even though a wife stays with you, or a husband remains by your side for your entire life because of social pressure and religious laws, does that mean love remains the same? Not at all. In fact, rather than giving you a beautiful companion, society ends up giving you a heavy burden to carry for the rest of your days. You were already lonely, already in deep trouble within yourself, and now you have to carry another person on your shoulders who is equally lonely, equally troubled. Instead of a celebration, your life becomes a long, exhausting compromise. Once the initial romance and love disappear, you are simply two lonely souls sitting in the same room, tolerating each other out of habit or fear of what society will say. It is no longer a matter of being enchanted by one another. At the most, you can only patiently endure each other's presence. Your loneliness has not been transformed or cured by the social strategy of marriage. It has only been doubled. Religions have tried another grand strategy. They make you a member of a massive, organized body of faith so that you can always feel part of a crowd. You are told that you are a Catholic and that 600 million other Catholics are standing right beside you. You feel a sense of safety in numbers. You think, I am not alone. 600 million people believe exactly what I believe. Jesus Christ is my personal Savior. God the Father is watching over me from above. If I were alone, doubt might arise in my mind. I might wonder if I am wrong. But 600 million people cannot possibly be wrong. This gives a tremendous support to your fragile ego. But even this illusion fails under a keen, intelligent gaze, because you immediately see that there are billions of other people who are not Catholics at all. There are people who do not believe in your Jesus, people who follow different gods, and millions who do not believe in any god whatsoever, and their numbers are greater than your sect. There are so many conflicting religions, each claiming to hold the exclusive monopoly on truth. For an intelligent, awake person, it becomes impossible not to doubt. You may surround yourself with millions of people who share your specific belief system, but deep down, the certainty eludes you. You still cannot be sure that you are safe, that they are truly with you, or that your beliefs are anything more than fairy tales. God was the ultimate psychological device invented by man, but all devices have ultimately failed. It was a beautiful device for a childish humanity. Whenever you feel utterly abandoned in the world, just remember that God is with you. He is everywhere, all-knowing, all-seeing, even in the dark night of your soul, when no human hand can reach you. His unseen hand is holding yours. Do not be worried. Do not be afraid. It was comforting for a childish, immature humanity to be deceived by such grandfatherly concepts. But as human consciousness evolves, you can no longer be deceived by these fairy tales. This God who is supposedly everywhere, you cannot see him, you cannot talk to him, you cannot touch him, you cannot hear his voice. You do not possess a single shred of objective evidence for his existence except your own desperate desire that he should be there to save you. But your desire is not a proof of reality. A hungry man may desperately desire food, but his desire does not create a loaf of bread out of thin air. God is nothing but a projected desire of a childish, frightened mind. But humanity has finally come of age. We are growing up, and this old concept of God has become completely meaningless. The hypothesis has lost its grip on the contemporary mind. What I am trying to show you is that every single effort in human history that has been directed toward avoiding loneliness has failed and is bound to fail, because it runs absolutely counter to the fundamental laws of life. You cannot find a solution by running away from yourself. The koan speaks of a goose that is put inside a glass bottle when it is very small. The goose is fed every single day through the narrow neck of the bottle, and it grows bigger and bigger until it becomes full grown, completely filling the entire space inside the glass. Now, the problem presented to the disciple is this: how do you take the goose out of the bottle without killing the innocent bird and without breaking the fragile glass bottle? It seems like an absolute impossibility. If you try to pull it out, the neck is too narrow and the goose will die. If you break the bottle, you violate the strict rule of the master. For months, the disciple sits in deep meditation, racking his brain, looking for a logical solution where none exists. Finally, when his mind is completely exhausted, he enters the master's room. The master looks at him, gives a tremendous shout, claps his hands loudly, and startles the disciple out of his thought process. "There!" the master cries with absolute certainty. "The goose is out." And the disciple suddenly experiences a flash of cosmic awakening. He realizes the inner meaning of the koan. The goose was never inside the bottle in the first place. The disciple asks me, "Osho, if we have always been out of the bottle, how did our minds ever get control and fool us into believing that we were stuck inside?" This is one of the most profound secrets of human psychology. The human mind is capable of doing many extraordinary things which look almost impossible on the surface. You are always out. Your consciousness has never been imprisoned. You have never been inside the bottle of the world or the bottle of the ego. But your mind possesses a unique capacity. It can project its ideas, its desires, and its attachments deep into the bottle. You can look at something inside the bottle, find it incredibly attractive, and become intensely attached to it. You want it so badly that you are ready to struggle, to fight, and to suffer for it. You remain physically out, but your mind has completely entered the bottle through the doorway of desire. The mind is not a material object. It is simply a thought wave, a subtle vibration. A physical bottle cannot prevent a thought wave from passing through its walls. When your mind enters the bottle and becomes deeply attached to something inside, let us say, a beautiful, sparkling diamond, a strange psychological phenomenon occurs. You are completely identified with your mind, and your mind becomes completely identified with the object inside the bottle. Through this dual layer of identification, you begin to feel with absolute conviction that you yourself are trapped inside the glass. In reality, three distinct things are getting caught up here. You are completely out of the bottle, but because the mind has the capacity to move effortlessly through solid walls, it travels inside. It is only your identification that creates the illusion of imprisonment. Every day of your life, you listen to the radio or watch television, and you never bother to ask how these invisible thought waves enter your house from thousands of miles away. They go on, crossing massive mountains, deep oceans, thick clouds, and concrete walls, reaching inside your locked room without any difficulty. You do not see them with your eyes, you cannot touch them with your hands, yet they are constantly passing through your body right now. All you need is a specific material mechanism to capture these subtle frequencies and make them manifest to your senses. Your radio set is nothing but an instrument which catches these passing waves and makes them loud enough so that your physical ears can hear them. Otherwise, even when the radio is turned off, the room is filled with all kinds of music, news, and languages from every broadcasting station in the world. The Russians are doing their thing, the Americans are doing their thing, and it is all happening simultaneously just around you in the silent space of your room. But because they are extremely subtle waves, unless you translate them through a proper radio mechanism, you remain completely oblivious to their presence. It happened once during the chaotic days of the Second World War. A soldier was hit very badly by a stray bullet in his head. The doctors operated on him immediately and successfully removed the piece of lead. But this traumatic event caused some incredibly strange, unprecedented changes to occur inside his brain. Shortly after the surgery, the man started hearing the local radio station inside his head 24 hours a day without any radio set. He had absolutely no way to turn it off. Whether he was eating, walking, talking, or trying to sleep, all kinds of commercials, political speeches, and musical programs were constantly blaring inside his skull, day in and day out. The poor man was driven to the brink of insanity. He went to his doctors and pleaded for help, explaining what he was experiencing. But the doctors laughed at him and said, "You must be going completely mad. How can such a thing happen? We don't hear any music. Nobody else hears it. Unless you have a physical radio device on your person, it is scientifically impossible to tune into a broadcast." But the soldier insisted with such desperate intensity that finally, out of sheer curiosity and pity, the medical team decided to pay serious attention to his claims. They sat him down in a quiet room and said, "All right, if you are truly hearing a radio station, tell us exactly what they are broadcasting at this very moment." The man closed his eyes and began to repeat word for word what was playing in his head. It happened to be the afternoon news bulletin. One of the doctors ran into the next room, turned on an actual radio set, and was completely shocked to find that the man was repeating the exact same news, word for word, with perfect accuracy. They decided to conduct a more rigorous test. They placed a tape recorder in the adjacent room to record the live broadcast, while another doctor recorded everything. The soldier was speaking out loud. When they compared the two tapes, they were identical. The soldier was literally functioning as a living radio receiver. The bullet had somehow altered his neurological wiring, changing the crystalline structure of certain tissues or fluids in his brain so that they began to act exactly like a radio antenna and receiver. He had accidentally acquired a unique, miraculous quality, but it was a total curse for his daily life. Who on earth wants to listen to commercials and news reports 24 hours a day without a single moment of silence? The man had to undergo another delicate operation to dismantle this accidental biological antenna so he could finally rest. This extraordinary case gave scientists a tremendous breakthrough. It made them realize that it is entirely possible that one day human beings will not need external bulky radio sets at all. We could simply attach a tiny microscopic mechanism to the ear, or even implant a small microchip directly within the brain tissue connected to a remote control that you keep in your pocket. You could tune into any station in the world using your own nervous system. Nobody else would ever know what you are listening to. You could enjoy your favorite music alone in total privacy without disturbing a single soul, and you could turn it off whenever you desired. All those waves are already coming in. We just lack the conscious alignment to perceive them. In the exact same way, your minds are deeply attached to material things which are locked inside the worldly bottle. You have become completely identified with the mind, and because the mind has the capacity to enter into any object of attachment, you feel that you are trapped. In this indirect, illusory way, the goose enters into the glass bottle all the time. From the very beginning to the end, it is nothing but a game of psychological identification. You are only identified with the mind. You have not actually become the mind. Therefore, in absolute reality, you are always standing outside the bottle. But your belief, your intense emotional projection, creates a false feeling of limitation and bondage. The entire story of the goose in the bottle is a highly significant, deeply psychological map of the human predicament. Consider a man who is completely obsessed with accumulating money. His entire life revolves around his bank accounts and his physical safe. The money is locked securely inside a heavy steel vault, deep within the walls of his house. Physically, the man is walking around outside the safe, breathing air, eating food, but where is his mind? His mind is constantly sitting inside that dark steel safe, wrapped around his bundles of cash and gold. And because he is completely identified with his mind, he is also, in a certain psychological way, trapped inside that safe. He cannot live outside of it. His freedom is entirely sacrificed to a collection of dead paper and metal. In India, there is a beautiful ancient piece of common wisdom among the simple country folk. For thousands of years, before modern banking systems were invented, the only way for people to keep their hard-earned wealth safe was to bury it deep into the ground. Mostly, a man would dig a deep hole directly under his bed, put all his gold and treasures into a large mud pot, and cover it up. He would sleep on top of his treasure every single night, constantly worried about thieves and robbers. Even when he was dying, his eyes would be fixed on the floor beneath his bed, his heart pounding with anxiety about what would happen to his precious money after his breath left his body. To this day, whenever an ancient house is demolished or a new foundation is dug in India, people frequently discover these hidden mud pots filled with ancient coins. And strangely, almost without exception, whenever a treasure is unearthed, you will find a large, dangerous cobra coiled tightly around the pot, its hood raised, ready to strike anyone who approaches. The common folks in the villages have a beautiful explanation for this phenomenon. They say that the snake is none other than the old owner of the house who buried the treasure. Because his last, most intense desire at the moment of death was completely focused on his money, because his mind was entirely trapped inside that mud pot under the bed, he could not travel toward higher realms of consciousness. He was dragged down by his attachment and took birth as a snake in his very next life, simply to protect his gold. Now, a snake has absolutely no practical use for money. Snakes do not eat gold coins. They cannot buy luxury items. They have zero interest in the economy. Yet, there the cobra sits, guarding the pot with its very life. There is a profound psychological truth hidden in this old folklore. The man was so deeply attached that he could not leave the object of his desire. He was physically out of the pot during his life, but his mind had gone so deeply inside the bottle that he eventually transformed into a creature that lives underground near the pot. He became a prisoner of his own projection. This is why the Zen master does not give his disciple an intellectual explanation or a physical tool to break the glass. He knows that the goose is already out. He knows that the problem is entirely imaginary. The disciple's awareness is trapped only in an illusion of identity. When the master claps his hands and lets out a thunderous shout, he is not solving a puzzle, he is shocking the disciple back into the present moment. In that sudden shock, the mind stops for a single split second. The thought waves freeze, the identification shatters, and the disciple looks around and realizes, aha, I am standing here in the room with the master. I am completely free. I was never inside the bottle. You are in this world, and yet, in absolute reality, you are not of this world. Your inner being can never be contaminated, imprisoned, or limited by any external circumstance. Let us reflect deeply upon this truth within our spiritual community. As we sit together sharing these deep insights, let us allow this understanding to settle into our hearts. If you are experiencing a profound shift in your awareness right now, please take a moment to leave a comment below, share your personal insights with our global family, hit the like button to spread this light, and subscribe to this channel so we can continue to walk this path together. If you feel inspired to support our work and ensure that these meditations remain available to all searching souls, consider joining our inner circle by clicking the join button to become an official member. You can also express your appreciation through super thanks, or explore our curated ebooks that serve as a guiding flame for your inner transformation. Let your support flow as a beautiful sharing of energy arising naturally from your joy. Look at your daily life and see how this identification operates. When you are feeling deeply miserable, just step back for a moment and look into your misery with absolute awareness. Ask yourself, am I truly inside this misery, or am I the witness who is observing the misery? You will be absolutely surprised to find that although the dark cloud of misery is surrounding your mind, you, the ultimate seer, the consciousness within, are completely out of it. You are standing at a distance, watching the drama unfold. When a sudden storm of anger arises in your heart, do not try to suppress it, and do not become carried away by it. Simply observe it as a witness. Look closely to see whether you have actually become the anger, or if the anger is just a passing wave on the surface of your mind. you will always find that your true self is completely outside of it. The moment you start discovering that you are always outside of these passing emotions, sentiments, and thoughts, they will immediately begin to lose their power over your life. They will wither and die because they can only exist when you feed them with your unconscious identification. You will attain a magnificent, unshakable freedom from the tyranny of the ego. It is a fascinating historical fact that different great religions of the world have chosen completely different names for this ultimate state of spiritual realization. If you look at the three major religions born outside of India, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, you will notice something very interesting. They do not possess a specific, clear name for this state of absolute, independent aloneness. The reason is that their prophets and teachers never traveled far enough into the deep inward exploration of the self. They remained fundamentally childish, immature, and dependent on external structures. They could not conceive of a human being standing in absolute, solitary glory, completely independent of any external authority. They stayed caught up in the concept of clinging to a personalized God who sits in heaven, clinging to formal prayers, and waiting for an external savior to come and rescue them from their plight. You can easily see the truth of this. These Western religions are built upon the foundation of permanent dependency. You are told that you are a helpless sinner and that someone else, a Messiah, a prophet, a son of God, must save you. You cannot save yourself. You must remain a sheep, and someone else will be your shepherd. This is a highly immature approach to existence, and perhaps that is the very reason why these religions have managed to influence the vast majority of people across the globe. Most human beings are psychologically immature. They are terrified of taking full responsibility for their own lives. They want a spiritual father figure to take care of them, to tell them what to do, and to comfort them in their fear. There is a deep, unconscious affinity between a frightened mind and a religion that demands absolute dependency. But in the spiritual soil of India, a completely different phenomenon occurred. The ancient mystics and seers approached the inner world with the precision of a scientist. They did not rely on belief, dogma, or external gods. They experimented directly with their own consciousness. They traveled to the very bottom of the inner ocean, and they discovered that you are completely independent, that you are a god in your own right. Therefore, the three great mystical traditions that arose from this soil, Jainism, Buddhism, and Hinduism, created three magnificent, distinct names for this ultimate peak of human realization, depending on which aspect of the truth they wanted to emphasize. And I am reminded of this right now because of our deep look into the nature of aloneness. The mystics of Jainism chose a beautiful word to describe the ultimate state of an enlightened being. They call it Kaivalya. Kaivalya means absolute, pristine aloneness. It is the state where you have completely realized your total independence from the entire universe. You realize that you are an absolute king in your own internal kingdom, completely self-sufficient, needing nothing from the outside to make you whole. Buddhism, on the other hand, chose the word nirvana to point toward the exact same reality. Nirvana means no selfness, the complete blowing out of the flame of the ego. Just as a small candle flame disappears into the vastness of the air when you blow it out, the separate ego dissolves into the infinite cosmos. There is no longer any separate I left. You have become one with the entire existence. And Hinduism chose the word moksha, which means ultimate freedom, total liberation from all chains, from the cycle of birth and death, and from all limitations of time and space. This shift in perspective changes your entire world. When you understand that all human suffering, all inner darkness, and all psychological wounds are not actual material things, but merely the absence of your own inner light, you stop wasting your life energy in needless conflicts. The contemporary mind is caught up in an endless spiral of doing, fixing, and modifying. We have developed an obsession with technology and methodology, transforming even our inner search into a technological system. Everyone wants to know how to fix themselves. People come to me from all corners of the world asking for a step-by-step method, a technical guide, a formula to eliminate their fear, their anxiety, and their loneliness. But I tell you, life cannot be reduced to technology. The moment you turn life into a technique, it loses all its flavor, all its organic juice, all its unexpected joy. You become a machine, a mechanical entity trying to fix another machine. Look at how deep this mechanical mindset goes. There are books written on how to be successful, how to grow immensely rich, how to influence people and win friends, how to meditate correctly, and even how to love. It is absolute foolishness. If you need a manual to learn how to love, you have completely missed the point of being alive. The day is not far off when some highly intellectual, utterly stupid scientist is going to publish a medical textbook on how to breathe properly, and people will start reading it anxiously, worried whether they are inhaling and exhaling according to the latest scientific guidelines. Life is not a technical problem to be solved. It is a magnificent mystery to be lived and experienced directly. It does not require a how. It requires your absolute presence, your unconditioned awareness. When you sit in silence, away from the constant noise of the marketplace, the first thing you encounter is a deep sense of discomfort. The mind begins to panic. It throws up all kinds of past memories, future anxieties, and unresolved emotional wounds. It feels like an unbearable vacuum, a terrifying black hole that threatens to swallow your entire identity. This is exactly what society calls loneliness, and because you have been conditioned from childhood to fear this emptiness, you immediately run away from it. You turn on the television, you pick up your phone, you call a friend, or you plunge into some meaningless work. You do anything just to avoid facing that inner space. You choose to remain a lifelong fugitive, running away from your own house because you are terrified of finding it empty. But why is the house empty? It is empty because you have spent your entire life living outside. You have decorated the outer porch. You have invited guests into your courtyard. You have built an elaborate facade for the neighbors to admire, but you have never stepped inside your own master bedroom. You are a stranger to your own soul. And when you accidentally catch a glimpse of the interior, you mistake the pristine peace of an empty room for the ghost of loneliness. It is not loneliness. It is simply your own unbound reality waiting for you to claim it. The mind has created a false interpretation, and you have accepted that interpretation without any investigation. You have allowed a simple dictionary definition to dictate the quality of your existential experience. The crowd cannot save you from this emptiness, because the crowd itself is made up of deeply terrified individuals, each running away from themselves. When thousands of blind people hold hands, they do not gain sight. They only gain a false sense of security that they are all moving in the right direction. The moment they stumble into a ditch, they fall together. Society is nothing but an organized, mutual deception mechanism. You tell the other person that they are beautiful, intelligent, and valuable, and in return they give you the same psychological validation. You keep each other's illusions alive. But the moment you are left alone in a dark room, away from the social mirrors that constantly feed your ego, the mirrors vanish, and suddenly you do not know who you are. The ego begins to dissolve, and because you have mistaken the ego for your true self, you feel like you are dying. That death of the fake identity is what causes the intense pain below your heart. If you want to break this cycle of suffering, you must develop the courage to face this inner void without any judgment, without any labels, and without any desire to escape. When the feeling of loneliness arises, do not call it loneliness. The very word carries a negative charge that makes you want to run away. Strip away the word, remove the linguistic label, and just look at the raw existential sensation. What is actually there? There is simply a profound silence. There is a vast space that has no boundaries. There is an absolute stillness that does not depend on anyone else. The moment you stop labeling this stillness as loneliness, a miracle happens. The dark, painful wound transforms into an ocean of light. The vacuum becomes a state of absolute fulfillment. You realize that you are not missing the other. You have simply discovered yourself. This discovery of your own aloneness is the birth of the true individual. An individual is one who cannot be divided anymore, who has become whole, integrated, and centered within his own being. Such a person is no longer a psychological slave to the opinions of the world. The world can praise him, but it does not add anything to his bliss. The world can condemn him, crucify him, or throw him into a prison, but it cannot take away his inner freedom. He stands alone, like a majestic mountain peak piercing through the clouds, unaffected by the storms that rage below. He does not need your approval to exist, because he has received the ultimate approval from existence itself. And look at the beauty of a person who has mastered his aloneness. His relationships are completely transformed. He no longer enters into a partnership as a hungry beggar looking for emotional food. He does not cling to his partner like a drowning man clutching at a straw, because he is already overflowing with his own inner joy. His love is a pure gift. It is an unconditioned offering. He loves simply because his heart cannot contain the immense wealth of his bliss anymore. If his partner remains with him, he celebrates their presence. If his partner decides to leave, he blesses their journey and continues to celebrate his own aloneness. His happiness is never held hostage by the behavior of another human being. He has stepped out of the game of emotional blackmail and codependency completely. The ordinary mind cannot comprehend this because its entire understanding of love is rooted in possession, control, and utility. For the ego, love is an investment. You give a little bit of affection, and in return, you expect absolute loyalty, constant attention, and total compliance with your demands. You turn the person you claim to love into your private property, a commodity to be utilized for your own emotional security. You build an invisible cage around them, and you become the prison guard. But remember, a prison guard is just as much a prisoner as the person locked inside the cell. He cannot leave his post. He must constantly watch the gates. In trying to possess the other, you completely destroy your own freedom, and you destroy the freedom of the one you love. True love can only breathe in the fresh air of absolute freedom. It can only blossom When two complete individuals come together to share their respective riches without ever trying to diminish each other's unique individuality. To reach this state of supreme health, the path is simple, direct, and completely devoid of any technical complexity. It does not require you to go to the Himalayan caves. It does not require you to torture your physical body with ascetic practices. And it does not require you to memorize complex scriptures. The entire secret can be compressed into a single word: witnessing. Whatever is happening inside your mind, simply observe it with absolute detachment. When a thought passes across the screen of your awareness, do not get involved in it, do not try to stop it, and do not follow it down the road of imagination. Watch it exactly the way you watch a cloud moving across the vast blue sky. The cloud has nothing to do with the sky. It comes, it stays for a while, and it disappears, leaving the sky perfectly clean, perfectly untouched. Your consciousness is that infinite blue sky, and your thoughts, emotions, fears, and desires are nothing but passing clouds. The problem arises because you become so interested in the clouds that you forget the existence of the sky. You start identifying with the dark rain clouds, crying out, "I am dark, I am heavy, I am full of misery." But you are not the cloud. You are the eternal sky that witnesses the cloud. Whether the cloud is black or white, ugly or beautiful, it cannot leave a single scratch on the pristine canvas of the sky. This realization is the ultimate breakthrough. This is what it means to sit in your own aloneness. The moment you anchor yourself in the position of the witness, the mind begins to lose its grip over you. The thought waves slow down. The intervals of silence between the thoughts become wider, and through those gaps, the pure nectar of your existential being begins to pour into your daily life. This internal witnessing must become your natural climate, your 24-hour companion. Whether you are walking on a busy city street, working in your office, eating your dinner, or sitting quietly in your room, a part of your awareness must always remain anchored in the background, silently observing everything. If your body is walking, watch the body walking. If your mind is thinking, watch the mind thinking. If your heart is feeling a sudden pang of sadness, watch the sadness without trying to change it. Just let it be there. Give it full permission to exist, and simply keep your eyes open to watch its behavior. You will notice a beautiful law of existence. Anything that is false, anything that is merely an absence, cannot survive the light of conscious awareness. The moment you bring your full presence to witness your sadness or your loneliness, it begins to melt away like ice under the hot morning sun. This is why I say, that the inward journey is the only true journey worth taking. Everything else is a temporary distraction, a game of amusement to pass the time before death arrives to shatter all your illusions. You can build empires, you can accumulate mountains of gold, you can achieve the highest honors the world can bestow upon a human being, but inside your soul, you will remain a poor, terrified beggar as long as you do not know your own center. Death will take away everything you have gathered on the outside. It will strip you of your wealth, your power, your status, and your social relationships. It will leave you completely naked and alone. If your entire identity is based on external things, death will feel like an absolute destruction, a terrifying plunge into eternal darkness. But if you have already discovered your aloneness during your lifetime, if you have already made your home in that sacred internal center, death becomes a beautiful celebration. It cannot take anything away from you because you have already dropped all external attachments willingly. You have discovered a treasure that cannot be stolen by thieves, cannot be destroyed by fire, and cannot be touched by death. You realize that your aloneness is eternal, immortal, and divine. You step into the dimension of the timeless, where there is no birth, no death, no past, and no future, only the absolute, luminous presence of the eternal now. So, let this understanding sink deep into your intelligence. Do not fight the shadows. Do not waste your time trying to fix your loneliness through external means. Stop looking for the perfect partner. Stop demanding permanence from a changing world, and stop hiding behind the collective illusions of society and organized religion. All those doors lead to ultimate frustration and despair. Turn your gaze 90 degrees inward. Enter your own house. Sit quietly on your own throne and allow the light of your conscious awareness to illuminate every hidden corner of your being. In that supreme silence, you will find that you have never been lonely for a single moment. You will discover that you are the vast, infinite cosmos itself, complete, whole, and completely blissful in your absolute aloneness. Look at how society starts this conditioning from the very moment you are born. It is terrified of your innate capacity to be complete in your aloneness, because an independent individual can never be controlled, exploited, or turned into a mechanical soldier for the state or a submissive follower for the church. Society needs dependent people, psychological cripples who are constantly looking for a crutch. This is why in ancient traditions, particularly in the deep heritage of India, child marriage was invented as a highly effective social strategy. They would take a 5-year-old girl and a 7-year-old boy, completely innocent children who did not understand anything about sex, romance, or the legalities of marriage, and they would tie them together in a lifelong bond. These delicate, fresh minds grew up together, playing in the same mud, collecting the same stones, sharing the same childhood secrets long before any sexual awareness developed around the age of 14. They became so deeply intimate, so completely identified with each other's presence from such a tender age, that a unique psychological rhythm was established. They lived together for 60, 70, or 80 years without ever conceiving the possibility of separation or divorce. The concept of divorce simply did not exist within their mental universe, even if the modern law eventually allowed it. And a strange biological phenomenon would often occur in these couples. The very moment the husband died, the wife's heart would stop immediately, or vice versa. Seeing her companion drop dead, she would simply close her eyes and follow him into the unknown, not out of any forced ritual, but because their internal life rhythms had become so completely synchronized that she could not conceive of a single breath without him. They had entered each other's lives so deeply that they functioned as a single organism, completely losing their individual identities in a shared illusion. Scientists have been studying this phenomenon of absolute biological and psychological identification, and their findings are truly mind-boggling. Consider the reality of identical twins who are born from a single egg. This is a rare, exquisite event in nature. Usually, a woman releases one separate egg every month, but once in a while, two separate sperms enter a single egg, or the egg splits perfectly, creating two human beings who share the exact same genetic blueprint. For 9 months, these twins grow together in the dark sanctuary of the mother's womb. Their hearts beat in perfect synchronicity. Their fluids mix, and they experience absolute oneness without any trace of separation or boundaries. They are born looking so identical that even their own parents struggle to distinguish one from the other. But the mystery goes much deeper than physical appearance. Psychologists have conducted rigorous experiments where these one-egg twins are separated immediately after birth and raised in completely different cultures, thousands of miles apart, without ever knowing of each other's existence. One twin might be living in the bustling cities of India, while the other is raised in the frozen landscapes of China. Yet, data shows that if the twin in India catches a sudden common cold, at that exact same hour, the twin in China begins to sneeze and suffer from a cold as well. Their symptoms appear simultaneously, progress through the exact same stages, and vanish at the precise same moment. Furthermore, statistical analysis reveals that identical twins almost always die within 3 years of each other, regardless of the distance or life circumstances separating them. They cannot survive alone. Their deep, unconscious identification across the cosmic field is so absolute that when one flame goes out, the other begins to flicker and die within a brief cosmic window. They have entered into each other's being at an invisible, energetic level. In Soviet Russia, scientists conducted similar profound experiments on animals to map the limits of this energetic identification. They took a mother rabbit and kept her on the shore in a highly monitored laboratory, while her newborn baby rabbits were placed inside a submarine and taken deep into the ocean, thousands of feet below the surface, completely sealed off by thick steel walls and water. In the laboratory, the mother rabbit was connected to highly sensitive neurological equipment that recorded her brain waves, heart rate, and emotional status. Deep under the sea, the scientists began to torture and systematically kill the baby rabbits one by one. The mother on the shore had absolutely no sensory way of knowing what was happening. There were no radio signals, no visual cues, and no sound waves that could travel through those thousands of feet of ocean water. Yet, the moment a baby rabbit was harmed deep in the sea, the mother's brain waves on the shore registered a massive spike of panic, sadness, and acute nervous stress. The moment the child was killed, her heart underwent a violent contraction. She was physically separate, yet spiritually, energetically, her mind was entirely identified with her offspring. The bond of identification completely bypassed all physical laws of space and matter. This invisible connection, this unseen bridge of energy that exists between a mother and her child, or between twins born of the exact same egg, shows us that the boundaries we perceive with our physical eyes are completely superficial. The mind is a network of energetic fields that crosses all distances, all oceans, and all material constraints. But you must understand that even this deep biological connection is still an identification of the mind. It is not yet the realization of your true being. It simply represents a highly refined form of psychological bondage. If a mother dies because her child is killed, it is not a sign of ultimate spiritual liberation. It is simply a demonstration of how deeply her mind was caught in the bottle of maternal attachment. She lived through the other. She breathed through the other. And when the other was taken away, her own mechanism collapsed. This is still the realm of dependency, the realm of the crowd, the realm of absolute vulnerability to external change. Your true reality is far beyond even the most refined forms of biological or emotional identification. Your true reality is that which can watch both the attachment and the separation without being shattered by either. It is the silent, unshakable center that remains fully alive, fully conscious, and completely blissful even when the entire external world falls into absolute chaos. But you have become so terrified of this pristine, solitary center that you prefer the agonizing chains of identification over the absolute freedom of your own aloneness. You would rather be an anxious prisoner in a shared cell than a sovereign king walking freely in an infinite universe. Why does this fear have such a deep grip on your heart? Why do you tremble at the very thought of standing completely alone, without a companion, without a social mirror, without a religious creed to support your steps? The answer lies deep within the history of your psychological evolution. From the very moment you emerged from the dark, warm sanctuary of your mother's womb, you were thrown into a strange, unfamiliar world filled with massive objects and unfamiliar voices. As a tiny, helpless infant, you quickly realized that your survival depended entirely on the attention and approval of others. If your mother did not look at you, if she did not feed you, if she did not hold you close to her breast, you would simply cease to exist. Your survival was intimately bound up with the presence of the other. In those early, formative years, your fragile ego began to form as a collection of external feedback. You learned to see yourself through the eyes of your parents, your teachers, your siblings, and your friends. If they smiled at you, you felt good and valuable. If they frowned or rejected you, you felt deeply threatened, falling into a state of acute panic. This childhood trauma became the foundational blueprint of your entire adult personality. You grew up physically, you accumulated degrees, you built careers, and you started families. But deep beneath the sophisticated facade of your adult life, that frightened little child is still sitting in the dark corners of your heart. That little boy or little girl is still desperately begging for friends, still trembling with the agonizing fear of failure and rejection, and still pretending to the outer world that they do not care. Every single tear you have ever shed in your adult relationships, every heartbreak you have experienced, and every wave of anxiety that sweeps through your chest does not come from the present moment. It comes from that ancient childhood wound, the primordial fear of isolation, the terrifying terror of being completely cut off from the source of your security, left to perish alone in an indifferent universe. And because you are completely unaware of this psychological mechanism, you spend your entire life trying to run away from that inner child. You try to drown out its cries through 1,000 different social distractions. You get married, you join clubs, you follow political leaders, you immerse yourself in religious congregations, and you accumulate material wealth. You build an elaborate, noisy fortress of social relationships around yourself, hoping that if you surround yourself with enough people, you will never have to hear the silent, desperate voice of that inner child. But the fortress is made of sand, and the tide of change is constantly washing it away. No matter how many friends you have on your social networks, no matter how much love your partner showers upon you, and no matter how many followers cheer your name in the public arena, the moment the music stops and the crowd goes home, you are suddenly face to face with that same empty void. The knot below your heart tightens once again, and the blackness of loneliness surrounds your soul. I am here to tell you that you cannot escape this void by running outward. You have tried that strategy for millions of lifetimes, and it has brought you nothing but ultimate frustration, heartbreak, and despair. You have knocked on every single door in the external world, begging for a crumb of permanent love and security, and every door has ultimately slammed shut in your face. It is time to stop this foolish, exhausting race. It is time to realize that the problem is not that you are lonely. The problem is simply that you do not know who you are. You are looking for yourself in the eyes of the other, and the other is just as lost, just as empty, and just as terrified as you are. How can one blind person show the way to another blind person? How can one hungry beggar fill the empty bowl of another beggar? You must understand the absolute difference between the negative state of loneliness and the positive reality of aloneness. Loneliness is a state of severe inner poverty. It is the painful feeling that something essential is missing from your life, that your house is empty, and that you are incomplete without the presence of another human being. It is a state of permanent dependency, a state of psychological slavery, where your happiness is entirely dependent on the whims, the moods, and the presence of others. If they love you, you are happy. If they leave you or criticize you, you fall into absolute ruin. You are a leaf blown about by the winds of external circumstance, possessing no roots of your own. Aloneness, on the other hand, is a state of absolute inner wealth. It is the profound realization that you are complete, whole, and entire within your own individual being. It is the discovery that your inner house is not empty, but rather overflowing with the infinite riches of existence itself. It is a state of total freedom, a state of sovereign independence, where your bliss does not depend on anyone or anything outside of yourself. You do not need the other to complete you, because you have realized your own innate perfection. When you are centered in your aloneness, you are like a magnificent sun, radiating light and warmth into the universe simply because it is your very nature to radiate. You do not ask for anything in return. You do not need the universe to give you light, because you are the source of your own light. This shift from the misery of loneliness to the ecstasy of aloneness is the ultimate transformation of human consciousness. It is the only true cure for the human predicament. And the beauty of this transformation is that it does not turn you into a cold, indifferent hermit who cannot connect with others. In fact, the exact opposite is true. As long as you are caught in the grip of loneliness, you are completely incapable of true love or true friendship. Why? Because your love is nothing but a disguised dependency, a selfish manipulation to fulfill your own emotional needs. You do not see the other person as a unique individual, a sacred manifestation of existence. You see them as an object, a utility, a tool to fill your empty void. You use them to escape your fear of isolation, and the moment they fail to fulfill that function, your so-called love transforms into bitter hatred, jealousy, and possessiveness. But when you have discovered the pristine beauty of your aloneness, your entire approach to relationships undergoes a divine mutation. Now, you do not look at another human being with hungry, pleading eyes. You do not approach them with an empty begging bowl, demanding that they make you happy, that they give you attention, or that they promise to stay with you forever. You approach them with a golden chalice that is overflowing with the sweet nectar of your own inner bliss. Your love is no longer a needy contraction. It is a joyous expansion. It is a pure, unconditioned sharing of your abundance. You love the other person not because you need them to survive, but simply because you have so much love overflowing from your heart that you must pour it out onto whoever crosses your path. In this state of high consciousness, there is absolutely no room for jealousy, possessiveness, or control. If you love a person out of your absolute fullness, you do not build a prison around them. You do not demand that they look only at you, talk only to you, or spend every single moment of their life by your side. You love their freedom just as much as you love your own. You know that love can only blossom in the soil of total freedom, and that the moment you try to possess another human being, you murder the very soul of that relationship. If the person you love feels a sudden resonance with someone else, if they choose to walk a different path or share their joy with another soul, you do not fall into a state of violent rage or bitter depression. Why should you? Your happiness was never dependent on their presence in the first place. You loved them out of your own overflowing joy, and that joy remains perfectly intact, perfectly complete, regardless of whether they stay or walk away. This is the love of a truly mature, enlightened individual. It is a love that does not create chains, but rather gives wings to the soul. It is a friendship that does not bind you to the earth, but rather lifts you up to touch the infinite silence of the stars. And this high quality of love is only possible when you have conquered the phantom of loneliness by entering into the absolute reality of your own aloneness. You must become completely comfortable with yourself. You must learn to sit quietly in your own room without any book, without any music, without any phone, and without any thought, simply resting in the pure presence of your own being. At first, it will feel like an absolute wilderness, a terrifying desert where there is no water, no life, and no comfort. But if you have the immense courage to stay in that desert, if you do not run away into the old distractions, a sudden transformation takes place. The desert begins to bloom with exotic flowers, and from the deep hidden springs of your soul, the fresh, life-giving waters of eternal bliss begin to flow. Look at how the entire human world is suffering, simply because people do not know how to be alone. Look at the constant friction, the endless conflicts, and the deep undercurrent of misery that runs through almost every marriage and every friendship. Two lonely people come together, each hiding their inner void behind a mask of romance and sweet words. They make silent, unconscious contracts with each other. I will help you forget your loneliness if you help me forget mine. I will praise your ego if you praise my ego. But no matter how hard they try to maintain this deception, the reality cannot be avoided for long. Soon, the honeymoon is over, the masks begin to slip, and they look at each other with eyes full of resentment and anger. Each feels that the other has failed them, that the other has cheated them, that the other has not filled their empty void as promised. They start fighting over petty, trivial things, the food, the money, the house, the children, but the actual fight is never about these superficial matters. The actual fight is always about their unfulfilled emotional expectations. The husband is angry because the wife is not functioning as a permanent source of comfort and validation for his ego. The wife is resentful because the husband is not taking away her deep-seated fear of isolation. They become two prisoners locked in the same dark cell, constantly scratching and hitting each other out of sheer frustration and despair. Instead of a sacred communion, their relationship becomes a long, agonizing battlefield where they destroy each other's peace, dignity, and freedom day by day. And yet, they are so terrified of their individual loneliness that they cannot even think of parting ways. They prefer the familiar, exhausting misery of a shared hell over the unknown, terrifying freedom of being alone. This is the tragic comedy of human life. This is the great illusion that keeps millions of individuals trapped in a state of permanent immaturity and spiritual blindness. An organized society, with its laws, its moralities, and its traditional religions, does everything in its power to support this illusion. Society does not want you to become aware of your aloneness, because an individual who has discovered their own inner completeness is completely outside the control of the collective mechanism. A centered, blissful individual cannot be brainwashed by political propaganda. They cannot be frightened by religious threats of hellfire. They cannot be manipulated by consumerist advertisements that promise happiness through material possessions. An enlightened individual is intrinsically rebellious, not because they are against anything, but simply because their life is guided by their own inner light, not by the rules and conditionings of the crowd. Society needs submissive, anxious, dependent sheep who can be easily guided to the slaughterhouse of the marketplace or the battlefield. It needs people who are constantly feeling incomplete, constantly looking for someone else to tell them what to do, what to believe, and how to live. This is why the entire educational system, the religious institutions, and the cultural frameworks are designed to keep you looking outward, away from your own center. From the very beginning, you are taught to value the opinions of others above your own internal truth. You are taught to strive for social success, for political power, for financial wealth, for respectable relationships, for everything that can be observed and judged by the crowd outside. You are never taught the art of inward looking, the science of self-awareness, the majestic beauty of absolute aloneness. But the truth cannot be suppressed forever. No matter how deeply you bury your reality beneath the layers of social conditioning and psychological illusion, the existential fact remains unchangeable. You are alone. You have always been alone, and you will always remain alone. This is not a curse. It is the ultimate blessing of existence. It is your absolute freedom. When you understand this deeply, your entire orientation toward life shifts from a state of frantic doing to a state of relaxed being. You stop trying to manipulate the world to find happiness, and you simply open your eyes to see the ocean of bliss that is already vibrating within your own consciousness. Think about the immense freedom that comes with this realization. You no longer have to live your life according to the expectations of your parents, your spouse, your boss, or your society. You no longer have to wear a fake smile when your heart is weeping. You no longer have to pretend to be someone you are not just to win the cheap approval of the crowd. You can drop all your masks, all your heavy armor, and all your exhausting pretenses. You can simply be yourself, raw, authentic, spontaneous, and completely unconditioned. If the world accepts you, that is perfectly fine. If the world rejects you and throws you into absolute isolation, that is also perfectly fine. Your inner palace cannot be shaken by the opinions of a shifting world. You have discovered your own ground, your own roots, and you stand tall like an ancient tree, deeply anchored in the fertile soil of existence. This is what it means to enter the dimension of true spirituality. True spirituality has nothing to do with going to churches, temples, or mosques. It has nothing to do with repeating holy scriptures or performing mechanical rituals. True spirituality is simply the courageous process of uncovering your own hidden reality, of crossing the dark barrier of loneliness and entering into the luminous sanctuary of your absolute aloneness. It is a shift from the outer world of shadows and illusions to the inner universe of substance and truth. And this journey requires no external techniques, no complicated methodologies, and no special expertise. It only requires your total commitment to be aware, to watch, to witness every single movement of your mind without any identification. Let us go deeper into this art of witnessing, because it is the single key that opens all the hidden doors of the cosmos. When you sit quietly, close your eyes and begin to look inward. Do not approach your mind as an enemy to be conquered or a problem to be solved. Treat your mind with absolute gentleness, like an old friend who has become a little frantic and chaotic over the years. Do not try to stop your thoughts, because the very effort to stop a thought creates another thought wave of resistance. If you fight with your mind, you give it energy, you feed it with your attention, and it becomes even more powerful, even more chaotic. Instead of creating an internal battlefield, you must learn the divine art of non-intervention. When you split your consciousness into two parts, one part that is trying to control and another part that is being controlled, you create a state of internal civil war. This is the hidden root of all psychological sickness, the very foundation of what modern psychoanalysis calls schizophrenia. Who is this inner judge who tells you that your anger is bad, that your sadness is unacceptable, or that your loneliness must be destroyed immediately? It is not your true being. It is simply the internalized voice of your parents, your priests, your teachers, and your society. It is the ego dressed up as a moral guardian. When you fight your mind, You are simply allowing one part of your conditioning to dominate another part of your conditioning. You remain trapped inside the mechanical loop of the ego, completely cut off from the source of your pristine awareness. To understand this deep inner division is to understand the entire tragedy of human conditioning. From your very childhood, you have been taught to reject yourself, to suppress your natural instincts, and to wear a respectable mask to please the crowd. When you felt angry, you were told to smile. When you felt afraid, you were told to act brave. When you felt lonely, you were told to distract yourself with work or social activities. This constant suppression created a massive garbage dump inside your unconscious mind, a dark, volatile reservoir of unexpressed emotions, unfulfilled desires, and unhealed wounds. And now, whenever you sit quietly in meditation, this reservoir begins to overflow, spilling its contents into your conscious mind. The mind becomes frantic, chaotic, and terrifying, and your immediate reaction is to fight it, to push it back down into the dark basement of your being. But you must realize that what you suppress does not disappear. It simply goes underground, where it begins to rot and poison your entire physical and psychological system. Your suppressed anger transforms into chronic anxiety. Your suppressed sadness turns into clinical depression, and your suppressed fear manifests as a permanent knot of tension just below your heart. You cannot find peace by waging a war against yourself. You cannot attain wholeness by cutting your being into separate, conflicting pieces. The only way to dissolve the chaos of the mind is to bring the light of absolute, non-judgmental witnessing into every dark corner of your inner house. You must become a passive observer, a neutral spectator who watches the inner drama unfold without taking sides, without passing judgment, and without trying to alter the natural flow of existence. Your consciousness must function exactly like a pure, crystal clear mirror. When a beautiful person stands before a mirror, the mirror reflects their beauty perfectly, without any distortion, without any pride, and without any desire to hold on to the image. The mirror does not say, "Oh, what a magnificent form! I must keep this reflection forever inside my glass framework." And when an ugly, deformed person walks past, the mirror reflects their deformity with the exact same clarity, the exact same neutrality, without any disgust, without any judgment, and without any desire to push the image away. The mirror does not cry out, "Go away, you are disturbing my purity." The moment the person walks away, the mirror is left completely empty, completely clean, completely untouched, ready to reflect whatever comes next into its field of view. This is the ultimate secret of resting in your own aloneness. You must become a mirror to your own mind. When a beautiful thought of love, peace, or creativity passes across your awareness, watch it with absolute neutrality, without clinging to it, without identifying with it, and without demanding that it stay forever. And when an ugly, painful thought of anger, jealousy, or profound loneliness arises, look at it with the exact same unclouded vision, without any condemnation, without any guilt, and without any fear. You are not the beauty of the love, and you are not the ugliness of the anger. You are the pristine, reflecting surface that makes the awareness of both possible. You are the silent seer who stands apart from the scene. The moment you firmly anchor yourself in this mirror-like awareness, the entire movement of the world loses its grip over your destiny. Look at how the mind uses the concept of time to keep you trapped in the agonizing cycle of loneliness. Loneliness is always deeply connected to the past or the future. It can never exist in the absolute purity of the present moment. When you are feeling lonely, your mind is either looking backward with nostalgic regret, mourning the loss of a past relationship, or it is looking forward with anxious anticipation, desperately searching for a future companion to fill your inner void. The mind thrives on time because time is the very fabric of the ego. The ego cannot exist in the now. It needs the memory of the past to give itself an identity, and it needs the promise of the future to give itself a purpose. It is constantly projecting itself into tomorrow, building elaborate castles in the air, creating endless expectations, and demanding absolute permanence in a universe that is fundamentally defined by change. But tomorrow is nothing but a psychological mirage, a clever trap designed by the mind to keep you running away from your own reality. You can look at the horizon and think that if you travel far enough, you will eventually reach the place where the sky touches the earth. You can run for your entire life, exhausting your energy, crossing oceans and mountains, but the horizon will always remain at the exact same distance from you. Why? Because the horizon does not exist. It is simply an optical illusion created by the limitation of your vision. Tomorrow is exactly like that horizon. It looks incredibly real from a distance. It promises you everything you desire, but when you arrive there, it is always today. You can only breathe in the now. You can only love in the now, and you can only discover your true aloneness in the absolute stillness of the present moment. Because you are completely cut off from the timeless reality of the now, you are constantly searching for an external anchor to give your life a false sense of stability. You want to make your friendships permanent. You want to turn your love into a legal contract, and you want to build an unshakable fortress of social relationships to protect yourself from the changing currents of life. But this demand for permanence is an absolute declaration of war against the fundamental laws of existence. Change is not an accidental event that happens to occur in the universe. Change is the very substance, the very heartbeat, the very essence of life itself. Everything is constantly moving, shifting, and transforming into its opposite. The flower that blossoms in the morning sun must wither and drop its petals in the evening breeze. The child who plays in the dust must grow old and return to the earth. The stranger who becomes your lover today can easily become a stranger once again tomorrow. When you resist this natural flow of change, you create an immense amount of unnecessary suffering for yourself. You are like a foolish person who tries to stop a fast-flowing river by building a fragile wall of sand across its path. The river will easily shatter your wall, wash away your illusions, and leave you standing naked and defeated on the shore. Instead of trying to freeze the river of life, you must learn the art of swimming with the current. You must drop your heavy armor of expectations. Abandon your desperate search for external anchors, and allow yourself to flow effortlessly with the changing rhythms of existence. When someone walks into your life and shares their love with you, celebrate their presence with your whole heart, without creating any chains and without demanding any promises for tomorrow. And when they choose to walk away, bless their departure with absolute gratitude, knowing that their exit has simply uncovered the pristine beauty of your own eternal aloneness once again. Let us look deeply into the mechanics of human expectations, because they are the primary source of all your heartbreaks and interpersonal conflicts. When you do not know your own inner wealth, when you are living in a permanent state of psychological poverty, you naturally look at every person you meet as a potential savior. You approach a relationship with a hidden agenda, an unconscious demand. You must take away my loneliness. You must make me feel important, valuable, and complete. You must behave exactly according to my desires, and you must never change. This massive mountain of expectations is placed upon the shoulders of an ordinary human being who is just as fragile, just as lost, and just as empty as you are. It is an impossible burden to carry, a recipe for absolute disaster. Soon, the weight of these expectations becomes unbearable. The other person begins to feel suffocated, controlled, and imprisoned by your demands. They realize that you do not love them for who they are. You only love them for the psychological function they perform in your life. You are using them as an emotional painkiller, a distraction to help you escape from yourself. Naturally, their ego rebels against this manipulation. They start pulling away, they become indifferent, or they strike back with their own set of expectations and demands. The beautiful romance that began with sweet words and romantic promises quickly degenerates into a cold, exhausting power struggle, a silent war of attrition where two lonely souls wound each other day after day out of sheer frustration and despair. The ultimate tragedy of this unconscious lifestyle is that you never actually meet the other person. You only meet your own projections, your own desires, and your own idealized illusions. You build a glamorous mental image of the person you claim to love, and you fall in love with that image, completely ignoring the complex reality of the living human being who stands before you. And the moment their real personality clashes with your artificial image, you feel deeply betrayed, crying out, "You have changed. You are not the person I married." But the reality is that they have not changed. They were always exactly like that, but you were too blinded by your own desperate need to see the truth. You chose to live in a comforting dream rather than face the raw facts of existence, and now that the dream has shattered, you are blaming the other person for your own lack of awareness. If you want to experience true love and true communion, you must first become completely independent within your own being. You must discover that absolute center of aloneness where you are completely self-contained, needing nothing from the outside world to complete your joy. When you are rooted in this state of high consciousness, your relationships are no longer based on need, but on pure freedom. You do not look at the other person as an object to be possessed or a tool to be utilized. You look at them with eyes of absolute reverence, seeing them as a unique, sacred manifestation of the infinite cosmos. You do not demand anything from them. You do not expect them to fulfill your desires, and you do not try to build a cage around their soul. You simply share your overflowing bliss with them, like two parallel rivers that flow through the same beautiful valley, sharing the same landscape without ever trying to merge or destroy each other's unique individuality. This inward turning, this courageous movement from the noisy crowd to the silent center of your own aloneness, is what I call the path of the mystic. The path of the mystic is not a formal religion. It has no churches, no temples, no dogmas, and no external authorities. It is a pure, unadulterated rebellion of the individual soul against the collective tyranny of the crowd. To walk this path, you must possess the immense courage to stand completely alone in the face of the opinions of the entire world. You must be willing to be rejected by your society, condemned by your priests, and abandoned by your friends, because the crowd will never forgive an individual who has managed to escape from its psychological matrix. The crowd thrives on uniform behavior, blind belief, and permanent anxiety. It wants everyone to be equally miserable, equally dependent, and equally mechanical, because an anxious crowd can be easily manipulated by political leaders and religious authorities. The moment you step outside the circle of the crowd, the moment you declare your absolute independence and begin to live your life guided by your own inner light, you become a profound threat to the status quo. Your very presence exposes the falseness of their lives. Your joy reminds them of their own misery. Your absolute freedom illuminates the heavy chains that they are proudly wearing as ornaments. Therefore, they will try everything in their power to drag you back into the dark cave of collective conformity. They will use the powerful weapons of guilt, shame, social isolation, and moral condemnation to crush your unique individuality. But a true mystic can never be crushed by the external opinions of the world, because he has discovered a source of validation that is infinitely superior to the cheap applause of the crowd. He has found his roots in the primordial soil of existence itself. He does not need your approval to exist. He does not need your respectability to feel valuable, and he does not need your traditional moralities to know what is true. He has become a sovereign law unto himself, completely free from the psychological contamination of the past. He stands alone, like a solitary lighthouse on a storm-swept coast, radiating its pure, unshakable light into the darkness, completely unaffected by the violent waves that crash against its stone foundations. This absolute independence is the ultimate peak of human evolution. It is what Jainism calls Kaivalya, the state of pristine, crystalline aloneness, where all dependencies have been dissolved, all illusions have been shattered, and the individual soul rests in its own innate divinity. This is not a state of cold, arrogant isolation. It is a state of absolute completeness, an overflowing palace of inner wealth that is so full, so rich, and so blissful that it naturally overflows as compassion, love, and creativity for the entire universe. The mystic loves the world precisely because he does not need anything from the world. His love is a pure gift, a divine shower of grace that falls upon the just and the unjust alike, without any discrimination and without any expectation of return. Let us look closely at the mechanics of human desire, because desire is the primary engine that keeps your mind moving outward, away from your own center. The mind is a mechanism of permanent discontentment. It can never be satisfied with what is. It is always fascinated by what could be. The moment you achieve a certain goal, The moment you accumulate a certain amount of wealth, or the moment you secure a specific relationship, the mind immediately loses interest in it. It takes the achieved goal for granted, throws it into the background, and projects a new, more glamorous goal into the distant future. It says, "Yes, this is good, but look at that next peak. If you can reach that higher peak, then you will be truly happy. Then your loneliness will finally disappear." This is the eternal race of the ego, an endless, exhausting marathon that leads to absolutely nowhere. You are like a person who is trying to catch a shadow by running after it. The faster you run, the faster the shadow moves ahead of you. You can never catch it because the shadow has no independent reality of its own. It is simply a negative projection of your own physical body. Desire is exactly like that shadow. It is a negative projection of your inner emptiness, a desperate effort to fill a spiritual void with material objects, social status, and human relationships. But a spiritual void can never be filled by external things, no matter how grand or how beautiful they may be. You can gather all the treasures of the earth. You can possess all the power of the empires. You can marry the most beautiful person in the world. But deep beneath the surface, that empty black hole will remain perfectly intact, constantly demanding more, constantly whispering that you are still incomplete, still lonely, still unfulfilled. The only way to end this exhausting race is to understand the absolute futility of desire itself. You do not need to fight your desires. You do not need to practice ascetic renunciation, and you do not need to suppress your natural longings. You simply need to bring the sharp light of your conscious awareness to observe the entire cycle of desire. See how a desire arises in your mind like a tiny ripple on a lake. See how it captures your imagination and distorts your vision. See how it drives you to act, to struggle, and to sacrifice your peace. And finally, see how the actual achievement of that desire always leaves you with an empty hand, an exhausted body, and a deeper sense of discontentment. The moment this understanding becomes a living reality inside your intelligence, the outward movement of your mind stops naturally, without any effort and without any willpower. The frantic thought waves settle down, the constant noise of desire subsides, and your consciousness automatically turns 90 degrees inward, falling back into its own source. You find yourself resting in the immense, silent space of your own aloneness. You look around your inner house and you discover with a shock of ecstatic joy that everything you were searching for in the external world, all the love, all the security, all the beauty, and all the fulfillment is already present within you in absolute abundance. You were a multimillionaire who had completely forgotten his inheritance, wandering the streets of the world as a pathetic beggar, knocking on every stranger's door, pleading for a copper coin of validation. The moment you remember your true identity, your begging bowl shatters, your poverty vanishes, and you take your rightful place on the golden throne of your own inner kingdom. To reach this state of supreme awakening, you must completely drop the traditional idea that meditation is a difficult, strenuous practice that requires immense concentration, mental control, and physical posture. Concentration is not meditation. Concentration is a mental exercise that belongs entirely to the realm of technology and the ego. When you concentrate, you are simply forcing your mind to focus on a single object, a mantra, an image, a candle, flame, or your own breath, while violently pushing away all other thoughts that naturally arise in your awareness. This forceful exclusion creates a tremendous amount of internal tension, friction, and exhaustion. You are trying to tame a wild horse by hitting it with a heavy stick, and the horse will constantly rebel, waiting for the exact moment when your vigilance slips to throw you off its back. Meditation, in my vision, is completely effortless. It is not a doing at all. It is a state of non-doing, a state of pure relaxation, a state of absolute being. It is what the ancient Taoist masters call wu-wei, action through inaction, effortless flowing with the natural current of existence. You do not need to control your mind, you do not need to change your posture, and you do not need to repeat any sacred words. You simply need to sit quietly and allow everything to be exactly as it is in the present moment. If your mind is full of chaotic thoughts, let the thoughts be there. If your heart is feeling a heavy wave of sadness, let the sadness be there. If your body is feeling restless, let the restlessness be there. Do not interfere, do not judge, do not condemn, and do not try to fix anything. Simply sit back and watch the whole phenomenon with absolute detachment, like a neutral spectator watching a busy marketplace from a high window. The moment you become a passive witness to your own inner landscape, a profound mystery of existence begins to reveal itself. You notice that thoughts have no independent life of their own. They are entirely dependent on your unconscious identification to survive. When a thought passes across your mind and you remain completely detached, watching it like a passing cloud, the thought cannot draw any energy from your being. It flickers for a few seconds, loses its momentum, and naturally dissolves back into the background of silence. The more you witness, the wider the silent intervals between your thoughts become. Through these beautiful gaps of silence, the pure, unadulterated nectar of your existential aloneness begins to pour into your physical and psychological system. You begin to realize that you are not the changing content of your mind, but the eternal, unchanging space of awareness in which the content appears and disappears. You are not your anger, you are not your fear, you are not your sadness, and you are not your loneliness. You are the infinite, unclouded sky that silently witnesses the passing of both the dark rain clouds and the bright summer suns. This realization is your ultimate liberation, your absolute freedom from the tyranny of the ego. It is the moment when the goose walks out of the bottle without breaking the glass and without killing the bird, simply because it realizes that it was never trapped inside in the first place. The entire illusion of bondage dissolves into the magnificent light of your own awakened presence. When you are deeply rooted in your absolute aloneness, your entire presence becomes a source of immense transformation for everyone who comes near you. You radiate a certain fragrance, a subtle melody, a profound silence that cannot be put into words but can be felt deeply by any searching heart. You do not need to preach to anyone. You do not need to give moral lectures, and you do not need to create an organized religion. Your very existence is a living proof that human consciousness can transcend the dark night of misery, fear, and dependency, and rise to touch the infinite freedom of the divine. You walk through the world like an ordinary human being, eating, sleeping, working, and interacting with society. But your internal anchor is firmly fixed in the timeless dimension of the eternal now. You are in the world, but you are completely not of the world. You share your love with absolute generosity. You give your compassion without any limits. You create beauty through your art and your actions, but inside your soul, you remain completely separate, perfectly solitary, and totally complete. You have realized that your aloneness is your ultimate truth, your absolute reality, and your eternal home. It is a home that can never be destroyed, never be taken away, and never be touched by the shadow of death. You have stepped out of the dark cave of loneliness and entered forever into the luminous, ecstatic paradise of your own infinite being. Let this truth become your primary orientation. Do not look back at the past with regret, and do not look forward to the future with anxiety. Drop all your external dependencies. Stop creating illusions of permanence in a changing world, and abandon the exhausting race of human desires. turn your awareness 90 degrees inward. Step inside your own house. Take your seat on the golden throne of your inner center and allow the light of your conscious witnessing to illuminate your soul. In that supreme silence, you will discover that you are the vast, infinite cosmos itself, perfectly complete, perfectly whole, and completely blissful in your absolute aloneness. Let us carry this deep silence with us as we continue to move through our daily lives, allowing our awareness to deepen with every single breath we take, until our whole existence becomes a continuous, effortless meditation. When the inner transformation from loneliness to aloneness is fully complete, a final, beautiful paradox manifests in your daily reality. You find that the less you need other human beings to sustain your happiness, the more deeply you are capable of loving them. The quality of your love shifts from a heavy, possessive attachment to a light, playful communion. You step out of the dark, manipulative game of emotional security and enter into the beautiful, creative dance of pure sharing. You do not hold on to anyone. You do not try to change anyone, and you do not feel any fear of being abandoned, because you have discovered that your true security comes from within your own unshakable center. This is the birth of the new human being, the birth of Zorba the Buddha, an individual who is completely capable of enjoying all the earthy pleasures of life, all the beautiful melodies of relationships, while remaining deeply rooted in the silent, serene, and solitary depths of meditation. He lives out loud, celebrates every moment, and pours his energy into the universe with absolute freedom. Yet, inside his being, he remains as still, as untouched, and as silent as the infinity of a starless night. He has found the perfect synthesis of the outer and the inner, the material and the spiritual, the crowd and the solitude. He has discovered that his aloneness is not a dark prison of isolation, but the ultimate, radiant source of all true freedom, all true love, and all true bliss. You become the victim of your own creations. When you leave the mind alone, when you treat it with the absolute indifference it deserves, it begins to lose its vitality. The thought waves require your active cooperation to stay alive. They require your fuel of interest to maintain their velocity. The moment you step back on the balcony of your awareness and simply look at them with a relaxed, playful gaze, the energy supply is cut off. You are no longer participating in the drama. You are no longer investing your life force into these passing phantoms. This is the ultimate art of non-doing, the supreme state of letting go, where all conflicts dissolve into an ocean of pure, pristine presence. Look at how the entire structure of your society is based on the fear of this non-doing. From the morning to the evening, you are constantly told to do something, to be useful, to achieve, to perform, to stay busy. Society cannot tolerate a person who is simply happy doing nothing, sitting quietly under a tree, enjoying the morning sun or the silent movement of the wind. A non-doing individual is completely dangerous to the establishment because he cannot be forced into the consumerist wheel of production and exploitation. He is happy with his own aloneness. He is fulfilled within his own inner palace. He doesn't need to purchase happiness from your shopping malls. He doesn't need to join your noisy political parties, and he doesn't need to bow down before your religious hierarchies. His joy arises from his own being, completely independent of external circumstances. This is why society conditions you from your very birth to look at emptiness as a terrible curse, an illness to be treated with constant entertainment and social distractions. The moment a child is sitting quietly, doing nothing, the parents become anxious. They tell him, "Go and study, go and play with your friends, do your homework, don't waste your time." They do not realize that the child was actually experiencing a small taste of his own unconditioned being before they disrupted it with their frantic demands. They force him to look outward, to become a how-doer, a mechanical machine designed to achieve external goals. And by the time the child grows up into an adult, his capacity to be alone has been completely destroyed. He has become an addict of the crowd, a dependent creature who cannot survive a single evening without some noise, some companion, or some distraction to protect him from his own inner void. But the inner void is not a void in the sense of being empty of life. It is a void only because it is completely empty of the other. It is empty of your parents, empty of your teachers, empty of your social identities, empty of your financial anxieties, and empty of your religious conditionings. It is the cleanest state of your existence. It is the uncarved block, the pristine canvas before the world painted its ugly patterns of respectability, guilt, and fear upon your soul. The moment you cross the threshold of this apparent emptiness and learn to sit comfortably in its silence, you realize that it is actually a state of supreme fullness. It is a fullness that does not need any content to be rich. It is an absolute overflowing of life juices, blessings, and melodies that arise from the eternal springs of existence itself. Look at the difference between knowledge and knowing. The mind is a storehouse of dead knowledge, an accumulation of past memories, printed books, traditional dogmas, and borrowed opinions. When you look at the world through the lens of your mind, you never see the reality as it is. You only see your own interpretations, your own old concepts. If you look at a beautiful rose flower and your mind immediately says, "This is a red rose, it belongs to such a family, it is very beautiful," you have already missed the living presence of the flower. You have wrapped the flower in a dead word, a biological classification. You are no longer looking at the rose, you are looking at your own memory files. You have substituted the living fact of existence with a dead piece of dead information. Knowing, on the other hand, is a direct, immediate, and unconditioned communion with reality. It does not require words, it does not require concepts, and it does not require the intervention of the mind. Knowing only happens when your mind is completely silent, when the goose has stepped out of the bottle and you are standing face to face with existence as a pure, innocent mirror. In that state of high clarity, you do not classify the rose, you do not name it, and you do not evaluate it. You simply allow the rose to enter your being. You allow its fragrance to dance in your consciousness, and you allow its beauty to dissolve your separate identity. You become one with the flower. The observer becomes the observed. There is no longer any separation between you and the universe. You are flowing in a perfect rhythm of ecstatic celebration. This state of pure knowing is your birthright, but you have bartered it away for the cheap coin of dead knowledge. You have surrounded yourself with thousands of books, millions of theories, and complex philosophies, hoping that if you gather enough information, you will eventually find the truth. But truth is not an informational piece. It is not a theory that can be written in a book or taught in a university. Truth is an existential experience that can only happen when the mind stops completely. You can know everything about love. You can write massive encyclopedias on the psychology of love, but if you have never dropped your ego and shared your overflowing joy with another human being in absolute freedom, you know absolutely nothing about love. You remain a learned fool, a blind person who has memorized all the textbooks on the physics of light, yet remains trapped in eternal darkness. The world is full of these learned fools, particularly in the fields of organized religion and academic philosophy. They stand in their pulpits and their lecture halls, repeating ancient words, quoting dead prophets, and debating complex theological definitions. But their own lives are filled with the exact same anxiety, the exact same fear of isolation, and the exact same greed for power that plagues the rest of humanity. They are completely caught up inside the glass bottle of their own intellectual structures, and they are desperately trying to teach others how to fly freely in the open sky. Their words are completely empty of life, completely devoid of any spiritual fragrance, because they do not arise from the living reality of their own internal aloneness. To break free from this intellectual prison, you must develop the ultimate courage to be nobody. This is the most difficult thing for the human ego to accept. The ego wants to be somebody special, somebody important, somebody recognized by the crowd. It wants to be a wealthy tycoon, a powerful politician, a revered saint, a famous celebrity, or at least a respectable citizen with a high social status. The entire educational system and the cultural frameworks are designed to feed this desire for recognition, training you to climb the ladder of ambition by trampling over others. But the higher you climb on the ladder of ambition, the further you move away from your own center. You become a hostage to the expectations of those who look up to you. You become a slave to your own success, constantly terrified of falling down, constantly worried about what the crowd will say if you make a single mistake. When you are completely willing to be nobody, a sudden, miraculous transformation happens. You drop the heavy, exhausting armor of the ego. You abandon the frantic race for social validation, and you simply fall back into your own pristine nothingness. And this nothingness is not an empty vacuum. It is the absolute space of pure potentiality, the 0 point from which the entire universe emerges. When you are nobody, you are as free as the wind, as vast as the open sky, and as blissful as a playful child. You have no identity to protect, no reputation to defend, and no status to lose. You can simply exist as a pure manifestation of life, celebrating every single breath, flowing with every changing current, completely complete within your own magnificent aloneness. Look at the concept of ownership, which is another clever trick invented by the mind to hide its inner poverty. You look at a piece of land, you build a fence around it, you get a legal document from the government, and you proudly declare, "This land belongs to me." But look at the sheer absurdity of this statement. For millions of years before you were born, that land was sitting there under the sun and the stars, unaffected by your petty human claims. For a few short decades, you walk on its surface, build a temporary house, and call yourself the owner. And then, tomorrow, your breath stops, your body returns to the earth, and the land remains exactly where it was, completely indifferent to your departure, ready to be claimed by another foolish traveler who will repeat the same old illusion. You do not own anything in this world, not even your own physical body. Everything you possess is a temporary gift from existence, lent to you for a brief moment to experience, to enjoy, and to share. The moment you try to claim ownership over anything, whether it is a piece of land, a sum of money, a material object, or another human being, you immediately create a state of internal bondage. You become a slave to your possessions, constantly worried about losing them, constantly building walls and safes to protect them from others. You sacrifice your living freedom to dead things. True wealth does not consist in accumulating possessions. True wealth consists in your capacity to enjoy everything without ever trying to own it. A man who knows his aloneness can look at the entire universe and say, I own nothing, yet everything belongs to me, because I possess the capacity to dance with the flowers, to mirror the silence of the stars, and to flow with the great river of life. This freedom from ownership is what completely transforms your approach to love and human relationships. When you love a person without any desire to own them, your love becomes a divine phenomenon. You do not look at them as a commodity to be utilized for your emotional security. You look at them as a sacred mystery to be approached with absolute reverence. You do not try to change their personality. You do not dictate their behavior, and you do not restrict their freedom. You simply enjoy their presence. Share your inner abundance with them and allow them to remain completely independent, completely unique. And if they choose to leave your side, your love does not transform into bitter resentment. It remains perfectly whole, perfectly blissful, because it was never dependent on their exclusive possession. Your joy arises from the act of giving love, not from the greed of receiving it. The ordinary human mind cannot understand this, because its entire concept of love is deeply infected with the poison of the ego. For the ego, love is a business transaction, a subtle form of emotional blackmail where you give affection only to get possession in return. You want to control the other person's thoughts, their feelings, their actions, and their associations. You want to be the center of their universe, their exclusive source of joy. But in trying to control the other, you completely destroy the very quality that made them beautiful in the first place. You turn a living, spontaneous human being into a dead puppet, a predictable machine that operates according to your demands. And once the puppet is broken, once the spontaneity is murdered, you lose interest in it, falling into a state of profound boredom and irritation, wondering why the romance has vanished from your life. The romance vanishes because you tried to capture the wild bird of love and lock it inside the cage of your marriage, your morality, and your social contracts. The bird cannot sing its divine song inside a cage. It can only flutter its wings in despair, lose its feathers, and die a slow, miserable death. If you want to experience the true majesty of love, you must keep the cage open completely. You must allow the bird to fly freely in the vast sky of existence, and you must feel honored whenever it chooses to fly down and sit on your hand for a brief moment, sharing its beautiful melody with you out of its own free will. And when it rises again into the open air, you must watch its departure with a heart full of gratitude, without ever trying to pull its feathers or clip its wings. To maintain this state of high consciousness in your daily life, you do not need to follow any complex rules, perform rigid rituals, or practice artificial techniques. You simply need to bring the golden quality of awareness into every small action you perform. When you are eating your food, eat it with absolute presence. Don't look at the television, don't read the newspaper, and don't plan your future schedule while you are chewing your food. Taste every single morsel. Feel the texture, enjoy the flavor, and remain completely present in your mouth. When you are walking on the road, don't just walk mechanically like a corpse moving toward the graveyard. Feel your feet making contact with the earth. Look at the green leaves of the trees. Breathe the fresh air into your lungs and remain completely awake in your body. Every routine action can be transformed into a profound meditation the moment you bring your full presence to it. This continuous awareness is the only true way to dismantle the mechanical control of the mind. The mind is a machine that operates entirely on habit, repetitiveness, and unconscious reactions. It can only dominate your life as long as you are walking around in a state of deep psychological sleep, a state of waking somnambulism. The moment you bring your absolute presence to witness your daily activities, the mechanical habits begin to lose their momentum. The automatic reactions are replaced by conscious responses. The repetitive thoughts fade away into the background, and your consciousness naturally returns to its pristine state of absolute, unclouded aloneness. You step out of the mechanical wheel of the ego and take your rightful position as the sovereign ruler of your own internal universe. Look at how this awareness completely transforms your approach to your own emotional problems. When a sudden storm of anger arises in your heart, the ordinary unconscious reaction is either to explode outward, shouting at someone else and creating a chain reaction of misery, or to suppress it inward, pretending to be a peaceful, moral saint while burning inside with resentment. Both of these approaches are completely foolish and destructive. Exploding outward destroys your relationships and creates a hell around you. Suppressing inward destroys your physical body and creates a hell within you. The spiritual approach, the approach of the witness, is totally different. When anger arises, do not explode and do not suppress. Simply sit quietly in your room, close your eyes, and look directly into the fire of your anger with absolute, non-judgmental awareness. Look at the physical sensations of the anger. Feel the heat rising in your blood. Look at the rapid beating of your heart. Notice the tension in your muscles and observe the chaotic thoughts that are rushing through your mind. Do not name the sensation as anger, because the word carries an automatic moral judgment that makes you want to stop it or justify it. Strip away the linguistic label and just look at the raw energy format that is moving through your system. You will be absolutely surprised to discover a beautiful secret. Energy is completely neutral. The exact same energy that manifests as destructive anger can be transformed into creative passion, intense clarity, and radiant bliss the moment it is bathed in the pure light of conscious witnessing. As you watch it without any interference, the fire of anger naturally consumes its own fuel, the tension dissolves, and you are left standing in a state of profound peace, unshakable silence, and exquisite aloneness. This is the true alchemy of the inner life, the transformation of the base metal of your unconscious emotions into the pure gold of spiritual awareness. It requires no external tools, no professional therapists, and no specialized dogmas. It only requires your total willingness to be present, to face yourself without any fear, and to rest in your own internal sanctuary. All your psychological wounds, all your ancient conditionings, and all your deep-seated fears of isolation are nothing but phantoms that exist only in the dark night of your unconscious sleep. The very moment you turn the searchlight of your pure witnessing awareness upon them, they lose their reality and vanish completely into the vast sky of your eternal aloneness. You are free. You have always been free, and you will always remain free. Let this unshakable freedom become the absolute climate of your daily existence. Do not allow your happiness to become a commodity that can be manipulated by the passing moods of the crowd or the unexpected turns of the external world. You are an infinite ecosystem of pure joy, a self-contained palace of light that needs absolutely nothing from the outside world to validate its cosmic grandeur. Stand completely solitary in your pristine glory, watching the vast theater of the universe unfold before your eyes, while remaining completely anchored in the timeless serenity of your eternal, blissful aloneness. To live completely in this state of unconditioned aloneness is to discover a beauty that never fades, a freshness that is renewed with every passing single breath. This inner grandeur is not a dead, stagnant pool of water. It is a dynamic, ever-flowing, crystalline mountain stream that is constantly rushing toward the infinite ocean of the cosmos. When you are centered in this inner current, you do not look at the changing external world with eyes of anxiety or fear, but with eyes of deep wonder, pure celebration, and cosmic play. You see that everything, every storm, every sunshine, every birth, and every death is part of a grand cosmic symphony, a multi-dimensional dance of energy that has no beginning and no ultimate end. Look at how people protect themselves from this deep, vital reality. They build heavy psychological walls made of ancient concepts, rigid conditionings, and borrowed moralities. They hide behind complicated labels and technical terms because they are completely terrified of facing the raw, unfiltered truth of their own existential presence. When you ask an ordinary person who they are, they immediately throw a social title at your face. They will say, "I am a doctor, I am a lawyer, I am a businessman, I am a mother, I am a respectable citizen." But these are all functional roles. They are merely clothes that you wear to operate in the societal marketplace. They do not define your internal reality. They have absolutely nothing to do with the infinite stream of consciousness that resides deep within your being. The mind loves these titles because they give a false sense of security and artificial shape to the fragile ego. Without your professional title, without your bank balance, and without your social relationships, you feel completely naked, completely undefined, like an empty space that has no boundaries. And that empty space is exactly what terrifies the unconscious mind. The ego wants limitations. It wants walls. It wants a specific glass bottle to hold its shape, even if that bottle is a source of permanent suffering and suffocation. It prefers the familiar, small prison of its social identity over the infinite, glorious freedom of its true, boundless aloneness. This conditioning begins from the very first day you open your eyes to look at the world. Your parents, your priests, your politicians, and your teachers are all waiting around your cradle, ready to stamp their specific labels, their particular biases, and their traditional dogmas onto your innocent mind. They do not want you to become an independent, awake individual. They want you to become a productive utility, a predictable component in their massive social machine. They teach you to fear your own nature, to doubt your own intelligence, and to rely completely on external authorities for guidance, validation, and comfort. By the time you reach adulthood, you have completely forgotten your original face. You have buried your true nature beneath thousands of layers of social expectations, moralistic guilt, and artificial behaviors. You speak words that are not your own. You think thoughts that have been borrowed from others, and you pursue goals that have been dictated by the marketplace. You live a completely second-hand life, a life of absolute imitation and psychological slavery. And when this artificial structure inevitably begins to fracture under the pressure of existential reality, when you are left alone in a dark room with your own mind, the deep undercurrent of your forgotten aloneness manifests as a painful, terrifying loneliness. You must understand that loneliness is not a psychological disease, it is a spiritual symptom. It is an internal warning sign from your soul, a message telling you that you are living far away from your own center. It is an indication that you have abandoned your own house, that you have sold your birthright of absolute inner completeness for a cheap illusion of external security. When you try to cure this loneliness by running outward into new relationships, new distractions, or new material acquisitions, you are simply trying to suppress the symptom instead of understanding the underlying cause. You are putting a temporary bandage over a deep infected wound. The darkness of loneliness cannot be dispelled by bringing in more shadows from the outside world. If you add one lonely person to another lonely person, you do not create a state of love. You simply double the absolute amount of human misery in that room. Two vacuums cannot create a positive fullness. Two hungry beggars cannot fill each other's empty bowls. They will only grab, pull, and scratch at each other out of sheer desperation, turning their so-called love into a battlefield of control, jealousy, and possessiveness. The only way to dissolve the darkness is to stop running away, to turn your gaze 90 degrees inward, and to face the emptiness with absolute, unclouded awareness. When you step inside your own inner house and sit quietly in the silent center of your being, the first thing you encounter is a deep, heavy silence. This silence is completely different from the dead silence of a graveyard. It is a living, vibrating, and creative silence that is full of immense potential. It is the silence of a deep forest before the morning birds begin to sing. It is the silence of an ocean before the first wave rises on its surface. In this silence, there are no words, there are no concepts, and there are no social identities. You are simply there, a pure witness, a luminous stream of consciousness that is completely detached from the moving thoughts of the mind. Resting in this creative silence is the ultimate art of meditation. It does not require you to adopt any complicated physical posture. It does not require you to focus your attention on any external object, and it does not require you to repeat any holy mantras. All these traditional methods are nothing but psychological toys designed by clever priests to keep your mind occupied, to prevent you from discovering your absolute independence. True meditation is completely effortless. It is a state of total relaxation, a state of non-doing, where you simply allow everything to be exactly as it is in the present moment, while remaining completely awake, completely alert as a witness. As you sit in this relaxed state of pure presence, you will notice that the mind continues to produce all kinds of thoughts, memories, and desires. Do not try to fight them. Do not try to stop them. And do not judge them as good or bad. Just watch them pass across the screen of your awareness, exactly the way a neutral traveler watches the changing landscape from the window of a fast-moving train. A thought arises from the unconscious basement. It stays on the screen for a few seconds, and then it naturally dissolves back into the silence, leaving your consciousness perfectly clean, perfectly untouched. The problem only arises when you become interested in a specific thought, when you step off the balcony of your witnesshood and plunge into the moving stream of the mind. The moment you identify with a thought, the moment you say, "This is my thought, I must think more about this," you give it your life force. You become the thought, and the thought becomes your prison. You lose your freedom, your clarity, and your inner peace, falling back into the mechanical loops of the ego. But the moment you return to the position of the witness, the moment you remember that you are the eternal sky and not the passing cloud, the thought loses all its power over your destiny. This practice of witnessing brings about a total alchemy in your inner life. It naturally de-energizes the old, mechanical habits of the mind. Thoughts require your active, unconscious participation to survive. They need the fuel of your identification to maintain their velocity. When you look at them with absolute indifference, with a relaxed and playful neutrality, the energy supply is cut off completely. The frantic thought waves slow down. The constant noise of the ego subsides, and the intervals of pure silence between your thoughts become wider and deeper. Through these beautiful gaps of silence, the divine fragrance of your true aloneness begins to pour into your daily existence. You realize that your inner house is not empty. It is overflowing with a magnificent light, an unshakable peace, and an ecstatic joy that does not depend on any external validation. You discover that you are a complete, self-sustaining universe within yourself, possessing all the treasures of life, all the blessings of existence. You are no longer a pathetic beggar wandering through the marketplace of the world, pleading for a crumb of love and attention from the passing crowd. You have become a sovereign ruler, sitting majestically on the golden throne of your own heart. This inner realization completely mutates your approach to human relationships. When you do not need the other person to fill an empty void, when you are already overflowing with your own bliss, your love is no longer a desperate contraction, a selfish manipulation to satisfy your emotional security. Your love becomes a pure gift, an unconditioned offering. You love the other person simply because you have so much joy, so much light inside your being that you can no longer contain it within yourself. You must pour it out into the universe, like a flower that releases its sweet fragrance into the wind, completely indifferent to who passes by, completely indifferent to whether anyone appreciates its beauty. In this state of high consciousness, your love does not create any chains. It does not build any prisons, and it never results in jealousy or possessiveness. You love the other person's freedom just as much as you love your own. You understand that true love can only blossom in the fresh, open air of absolute liberty, and that the moment you try to possess another human being, you murder the very soul of that relationship. If the person you love chooses to stay with you, you celebrate their presence as a beautiful gift from existence. If they choose to walk away or share their joy with another soul, you bless their journey with a heart full of gratitude, knowing that your inner wealth remains perfectly intact, perfectly complete. Look at the concept of ownership, which is another clever trick invented by the mind to hide its inner poverty. You look at a piece of land, you build a fence around it, you get a legal document from the government, and you proudly declare, "This land belongs to me." But this is nothing but a childish illusion, a defense mechanism created by the ego to hide its inherent poverty. For millions of years before your birth, the earth was sitting there under the sun and the stars, completely indifferent to human boundaries. For a short moment of a few decades, you walk on its surface, build a temporary house, and call yourself the owner. And then, tomorrow, your breathing stops, your body returns to the dust, and the earth remains exactly where it was, ready to be claimed by another foolish traveler. You do not own anything in this world, not even your own physical body. Everything you possess is a temporary gift lent to you by existence to experience, to enjoy, and to share. The moment you try to claim permanent ownership over anything, you immediately turn yourself into a slave to that object. You live in constant anxiety, constant fear of loss, sacrificing your living freedom to dead matter. True richness does not consist in the accumulation of material possessions. True richness consists in your capacity to enjoy everything without ever trying to own it. A man who rests in his aloneness can look at the entire universe and say, I possess nothing, yet everything belongs to me because I can dance with the trees, sing with the birds, and mirror the silence of the stars. To fully anchor yourself in this state of supreme freedom, you must develop the absolute courage to confront your primordial childhood wound. Every adult human being, no matter how successful or sophisticated they may appear on the outside, carries a deeply frightened, insecure child within their heart. This child was born into a massive, unfamiliar world where its survival depended entirely on the approval and attention of others. If your parents did not smile at you, if they did not look at you with love, you felt a wave of absolute panic, a deep fear of being abandoned to perish alone in an indifferent universe. This childhood fear became the psychological blueprint of your adult personality. You spend your entire life trying to run away from that insecurity, building an elaborate fortress of social relationships, financial success, and respectable titles to hide the inner child. But the fortress is completely fragile, and the voice of that frightened child continues to whisper from the deeper layers of your unconscious mind. Every time a friend leaves you, every time a relationship fails, or every time you experience a social rejection, that ancient wound is reopened. You do not weep for the present situation. You weep from that ancient childhood terror of isolation and separation. The only way to heal this wound is to stop running away from it. You must turn around, enter the dark basement of your own heart, and meet that inner child with the pure light of your conscious, non-judgmental witnessing awareness. Do not try to change its feelings. Do not criticize its fear, and do not pretend to be strong. Simply sit with the insecurity. Look at the heavy knot below your heart and allow the sensation to be fully present in your awareness. Give it complete permission to exist without any labels and without any moral judgments. You will notice a beautiful, unshakable law of the inner cosmos. Anything that is false, anything that is merely an absence, cannot survive the direct light of conscious presence. Loneliness, fear, and insecurity are not material realities. They are simply the absence of your own self-awareness. The very moment you bring your full presence to witness them, they begin to melt away like blocks of ice under the hot morning sun. The dark, painful vacuum transforms into a magnificent ocean of crystalline light, and you discover that you have never been abandoned, never been separate from the source of life. You are an integral part of this infinite universe, complete, whole, and perfectly blissful in your absolute aloneness. This realization automatically lifts you above the traditional conditionings of organized, religions. The standard Western religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, are fundamentally built upon the concept of permanent human dependency. They tell you that you are a helpless sinner, a lost sheep who cannot find the way without an external shepherd, an external savior, or an external holy book. They demand absolute obedience, blind belief, and constant fear of a personalized God who sits in heaven, keeping track of your sins. This is a highly immature, childish approach to existence, designed to keep humanity in a state of permanent psychological childhood. But the mystical traditions of the East developed a completely scientific approach to the inner world. They realized that you do not need an external shepherd because you are not a sheep. You are a conscious individual who possesses the ultimate potential to become a Buddha, a god in your own right. They created magnificent names for the ultimate peak of human realization. Jainism calls it Kaivalya, absolute aloneness. Buddhism calls it Nirvana, the dissolution of the separate ego, and Hinduism calls it moksha, ultimate freedom. These names are not contradictory. They are simply different facets of the exact same spiritual diamond, pointing toward that one nameless, timeless experience where all dependencies vanish into the open sky of your own awakened being. To make this high consciousness your natural climate, you must learn the art of integrating witnessing into every small action of your daily life. Do not divide your life into separate compartments, calling 1 hour meditation and the remaining 23 hours worldly activity. This division is completely false and destructive. True meditation must become a continuous undercurrent, a permanent atmosphere that stays with you wherever you go, whatever you do. When you are eating your breakfast, remain completely present in your mouth, tasting every single morsel with absolute awareness. When you are walking down a busy city street, feel your feet making a connection with the earth. Watch the movements of the crowd around you and look at the changing colors of the sky, while remaining completely anchored as a silent witness in the background. Every routine action can be transformed into a profound spiritual alchemy the moment you bring your full presence to it. If you are washing your clothes, wash them with absolute awareness. If you are talking to a colleague, listen to their words with your whole being, without planning your future response and without any internal judgment. You will notice that the mechanical habits of the mind begin to lose their grip over your behavior. The automatic, unconscious reactions are naturally replaced by conscious, spontaneous responses. You step off the mechanical wheel of the ego and become the sovereign master of your own internal universe, flowing effortlessly with the creative current of existence. And in this effortless flowing, you begin to perceive that the entire universe is not a collection of separate physical objects, but a single, multi-dimensional web of living energy. The false boundaries created by the human mind begin to evaporate like morning mist under the hot sun. You no longer see yourself as an isolated fragment fighting against an indifferent cosmos. You realize that you are the cosmos itself, experiencing its own infinite grandeur through the unique portal of your individual consciousness. The old anxiety, the lingering knot beneath your heart, and the blackness of loneliness dissolve completely into this supreme realization. You are no longer searching for a home in the external world, because you have discovered that you are the home, the sanctuary, the ultimate refuge that you have been looking for across millions of lifetimes. When you live from this unshakable center of absolute aloneness, your daily life becomes a continuous ecstatic dance of pure celebration. You do not wait for a specific external event, a specific milestone, or a specific companion to give you permission to be happy. Your happiness arises spontaneously from the deep, hidden springs of your own being, completely independent of external circumstances. Whether you are surrounded by a massive crowd of cheering followers or sitting entirely alone in a silent room, your inner climate remains perfectly stable, perfectly serene, and perfectly blissful. You have transcended the mechanical wheel of the ego, stepped out of the glass bottle of social conditioning, and taken your rightful position as a completely free, completely autonomous individual flowing effortlessly with the current of the eternal now. This radical transformation of your inner climate is not something that requires lifetimes of arduous discipline or painful structural changes. It is a matter of an immediate, sharp shift in your attention. You have been trained by an ambitious, success-oriented society to always look at the objective world outside. You are constantly observing your bank accounts, your house, your physical health, your social connections, and your public reputation. Your attention is moving like an outbound arrow, projecting its energy into dead things and temporary relationships. All that is required for ultimate spiritual awakening is to reverse the direction of that arrow. Let the arrow of your attention turn 90 degrees inward, pointing directly back at the one who is observing, the one who is experiencing, the one who is alive within your chest. The moment you make this internal turnaround, you step out of the mechanical collective mind completely. You enter into the realm of the mystic, the realm of the absolute rebel, The ordinary contemporary mind is terrified of this rebellion because it means dropping all the comfortable crutches that have been provided by organized religion and social heritage. Society wants you to remain an imitation, a carbon copy of your parents and your ancestors. It does not want you to discover your original face, because a person who knows their original face can never be forced into a mold. They cannot be turned into a submissive soldier for the state, a brainwashed consumer for the marketplace, or a fearful follower for the church. A sovereign individual is intrinsically unpredictable, spontaneous, and governed entirely by their own internal truth, completely independent of the crowds outside. Look at how the major organized religions of the world have systematically manufactured a culture of permanent psychological dependency to prevent this individual awakening. They have told you from the day you were born that you are a miserable sinner, a helpless creature who is fundamentally broken and incomplete. They have invented the terrifying concept of an angry God who sits in the sky, keeping a meticulous record of your thoughts and actions, waiting to throw you into eternal hellfire if you violate his arbitrary rules. And then, to save you from this self-inflicted terror, they offer you an external savior, a priest, an institution, or a holy book. They tell you that if you surrender your intelligence, repeat their formal prayers, and follow their traditional dogmas blindly, you will be rescued from your plight. This is a highly immature, childish approach to existence, designed specifically to keep human consciousness in a permanent state of fear, guilt, and structural dependency. But the contemporary mind has finally come of age, and these ancient hypotheses have completely lost their grip on our collective intelligence. You cannot be deceived by these grandfatherly fairy tales anymore. This personalized God who is supposedly watching over you everywhere, you cannot see him, you cannot talk to him, you cannot touch him, and you have absolutely no evidence for his objective existence. He is nothing but a projected desire of a frightened, immature mind looking for an external father figure in an indifferent universe. And your desire is not a proof of anything. A starving man may passionately desire food, but his desire does not create a loaf of bread out of thin air. The hypothesis of an external savior has completely failed because it runs counter to the fundamental law of life, which demands that you take absolute responsibility for your own existence and your own evolution. When you drop these religious fairy tales, when you have the immense courage to realize that there is no old man sitting in the sky to look after you, and no external Messiah coming to rescue you from your conditioning, a deep panic may initially arise within your heart. You feel like a little boy who has been suddenly left alone in a dark, unfamiliar forest without any friends. The artificial mirrors that fed your ego have vanished. The traditional dogmas have lost their utility, and you are left face to face with a massive, silent void. This panic is the blackness of loneliness that the disciple writes about in his question. It is the painful knot just below the heart, the agony of feeling completely isolated and cast away in a changing universe where nothing remains stable. But I tell you, do not run away from this blackness. Do not try to fight it directly, and do not try to fix it by running back to the old social arrangements, the old relationships, or the old religious institutions. This blackness is not an actual negative entity. It is simply the absence of your own inner light. It is a golden opportunity, the exact doorway that leads to your ultimate liberation. The reason it feels dark and empty is simply because you have never explored the interior of your own house. You have spent your whole life living on the porch, entertaining guests, looking at the neighbors, and decorating the outer facade. You have completely ignored the master bedroom of your own soul. The moment you step inside with the candle of your pure, non-judgmental witnessing awareness, the phantom darkness of loneliness disappears instantly, revealing the magnificent, luminous treasure of your absolute aloneness. You must understand this radical difference with absolute clarity. Loneliness is an acute state of inner poverty, while aloneness is a state of supreme inner royalty. Loneliness is the painful feeling that the other is missing, that your house is empty, and that you cannot survive without a companion to validate your existence. It is a state of total slavery, a state of emotional dependency, where your bliss is permanently held hostage by the behavior, the moods, and the presence of others. Aloneness, on the other hand, means completeness, wholeness, absolute integrity. It is the realization that you are an entire ecosystem within yourself, that you are entire and absolute, needing nothing from the outside world to complete your joy or make you whole. Once you have tasted even a single drop of this pristine aloneness, the persistent pain in your heart vanishes completely, replaced by a magnificent new rhythm of sweetness, peace, and ecstatic bliss. This inner completeness does not mean that you become a cold, isolated hermit who cannot connect with others or love anyone anymore. In fact, the exact opposite is true. Only a person who has mastered his aloneness is truly capable of entering into a high quality of love and friendship. For the ordinary, unconscious mind, love is nothing but a business transaction, a disguised form of emotional dependency and mutual exploitation. You approach the other person with an empty begging bowl, demanding that they give you attention, comfort, and security to help you forget your inner void. And the other person approaches you with the exact same empty begging bowl, hoping for the same from you. Two beggars cannot help each other. They will only multiply their mutual need and frustration, turning their relationship into a long, exhausting battlefield of jealousy, possession, and control. But when you love from the absolute fullness of your aloneness, your love possesses a totally different divine quality. It does not arise out of need, it arises out of an abundance of being. You have so much joy, so much light, and so much bliss overflowing from your inner springs that you can no longer contain it within yourself. You simply want to give it away, to pour it out onto whoever crosses your path, like a rain cloud that showers its water when it becomes heavy, or a flower that releases its fragrance into the wind. Your love is not a contract, it is not a marriage, and it carries no expectations or demands. You give simply because giving is the ultimate joy of your existence, and you feel deeply thankful to anyone who accepts your gift and unburdens your overflowing heart. In this state of high awareness, you never create a prison for anybody, and you never allow anyone to build a cage around your soul. You love their freedom just as much as you love your own. If the person you love chooses to remain with you, you celebrate their presence with your whole being. If they choose to walk away or share their joy with another soul, there is absolutely no jealousy or anger in your heart, because your happiness was never dependent on their exclusive presence. Your joy remains perfectly complete, perfectly intact within your own unshakable center. You face life effortlessly with the law of change, knowing that change is the very fabric of life, and that you cannot cling to anything in a moving universe without creating immense suffering for your own mind. To reach this state of supreme health, the path is simple, direct, and completely devoid of any technical complexity. It does not require you to torture your physical body, memorize complex scriptures, or follow rigid mechanical rules. The entire secret can be compressed into a single word: witnessing. Whatever is happening inside your physical or psychological system, simply observe it with absolute detachment. When a thought, a memory, or an emotion passes across the screen of your awareness, do not get involved in it. Do not try to stop it, and do not judge it as good or bad. Watch it exactly the way you watch a cloud moving across the vast blue sky. The cloud has nothing to do with the sky. It comes, it stays for a while, and it disappears, leaving the sky perfectly clean, perfectly untouched. Your consciousness is that infinite blue sky, and your thoughts are nothing but passing clouds. This internal witnessing must become your natural climate, your permanent home, and your 24-hour atmosphere. Whether you are working in your office, walking down a busy city street, eating your dinner, or sitting quietly in your room, a part of your awareness must always remain anchored in the background, silently observing everything. If your body is walking, watch the body walking. If your mind is thinking, watch the mind thinking. If your heart is feeling a sudden pang of sadness or loneliness, do not identify with it, and do not say, "I am sad" or "I am lonely." The moment you say, "I am sad," you have committed the ultimate mistake of identification, squeezing your vast cosmic consciousness into the tiny bottle of a passing emotion. Simply observe the sadness as a neutral witness, saying within your awareness, "There is a cloud of sadness passing through my mind, and I am the silent observer who is watching it." Let us pause here in our mystical gathering to deeply anchor this transformative energy within our global spiritual community. If you are experiencing a profound shift in your consciousness right now, if these words are lighting a flame in the hidden corners of your unique individuality, remember to fully interact with this video. Take a moment to leave a comment below, sharing your deepest inner realization. Hit the like button to radiate this light across the platform. Subscribe to our channel to continue walking this path of transformation, and share this transmission with the searching souls you love. If you feel a deeper calling to support our work, to help us sustain the continuous delivery of these high-frequency insights, and to assist us in reaching millions of searching hearts across the globe, consider clicking the join button to become an official member of our inner circle, or expressing your profound appreciation through a super thanks donation. Let your support flow as a beautiful, conscious exchange of spiritual energy, completely aligned with the serene tone of our gathering. Look at how this absolute freedom changes the very nature of your perception of death. For the ordinary, unconscious mind, death is the ultimate terror, the absolute destruction of everything they have worked for, everything they have accumulated, and everything they believe themselves to be. If your entire identity is built upon external things, your wealth, your social titles, your property, and your relationships, death arrives as a catastrophic thief. It strips you of your masks, it shatters your sand castles, it breaks open your steel safes, and it leaves you completely naked and isolated. But if you have already discovered the pristine majesty of your aloneness during your lifetime, if you have already made your home in that sacred internal center, death completely loses its power to terrify you. It transforms into a beautiful, ecstatic celebration, the ultimate fulfillment of your earthly journey. Death cannot take anything away from an enlightened individual because they have already dropped all external attachments willingly through the clear light of awareness. They have discovered a treasure within their own consciousness that cannot be stolen by thieves, cannot be eroded by time, and cannot be touched by physical decay. They know that their aloneness is eternal, immortal, and fundamentally divine. When the final moment arrives and the breath begins to slow down, they do not cling to the body. They do not cry out for their loved ones, and they do not beg for a few more days of existence. They simply close their eyes with a heart full of absolute gratitude, drop the physical garment of the flesh, and dissolve effortlessly into the infinite, ocean-like silence of the cosmos. They step out of the limited dimension of time and enter forever into the timeless majesty of the eternal now. This is the supreme freedom that awaits every conscious individual who has the immense courage to look inward. Do not allow your mind to deceive you with its endless technical questions, its obsessive search for a how-to formula, or its clever strategies to escape from yourself. The darkness of loneliness cannot be fought directly. It can only be dispelled by bringing in the light of your own pristine self-awareness. Realize that all your emotional wounds, your relationship conflicts, and your deep-seated anxieties are nothing but the absence of this inner light. Stop knocking on the wrong doors of the outer world. Stop looking for a savior outside of yourself, and stop hiding behind the collective, immature illusions of organized society and orthodox religion. Turn your attention 90 degrees inward. Enter the magnificent temple of your own heart and sit quietly as a silent witness to your own consciousness. In that ultimate stillness, you will discover that you have never been lonely for a single moment in your entire existence. You will find that you are the vast, boundless sky through which the passing clouds of thoughts and emotions move without leaving a single scratch. You will realize that you are completely whole, beautifully integrated, and absolutely perfect within your own individual being. You will taste the sweet nectar of your absolute aloneness, an aloneness that is so full, so rich, and so overflowing with benedictions that it naturally transforms into an unconditional river of love and compassion for all living things. You will walk through the world as a true sovereign, a living embodiment of Zorba the Buddha, fully participating in the earthy celebrations of life while remaining completely anchored in the silent, serene serenity of the eternal divine. Let this unshakable truth become your constant climate, your permanent home, and your 24-hour atmosphere. Let it guide every action you perform, every word you speak, and every relationship you build, turning your entire life into a beautiful, effortless meditation. Live authentically. Stand solitary in your pristine glory, and allow the infinite joy of existence to blossom fully within your awakened soul. Reclaim your inner sovereignty. Step fully out of the illusions that have kept your consciousness bound to the marketplace of dependency, and let your presence become a bright, illuminating beacon of peace for this entire planet. You are a divine spark of the infinite universe, an immortal force of pure consciousness that has never been born and can never die. Embrace your sacred destiny today. To assist you further in dismantling your unconscious conditioning and activating your highest internal potential, you can access our specially crafted guide, the Hidden Energy Protocol, Reclaim Your God Mode, which is fully available through the direct link provided in the description below.